Well, hello my darlings, hello, and welcome back to twitch.tv/the Cytherian, where we are picking up where we left off last Wednesday in the charming city of Saffton. Hello Trippy, hello my dear, I hope you're doing well today. I hope everyone is here and didn't get too scared off with me taking too long as well. I had to go find myself something nice to drink. Before the stream started, so I got myself some Drambuie. It's lovely. So we should start the game, get it unpaused, see how things are going. You're making a salmon Wellington. Oh, that sounds lovely. Absolutely sublime. Truly. Look at these two. Bears. We've got some bears here. In this lovely community, which, oh my god, we seem to be having some sewage issues. When did that happen? I guess at some point these became disconnected, I'm not certain. But let's quickly fix that before it turns into a real problem. It's true, they refuse to let go. It's quite true. So, my darlings, I have some sort of a bad news regarding, well, the dam that we started building last week. So, after we put together that dam, a very large dam, a kilometre wide, of course the entire stream, it was filling. Very slowly. And, I ended up looking up online, and it seems like the dams in City of Skylines 2 are actually quite broken. They don't work properly. So it was, you know, quite a shock when our dam started working properly. Like magic, it's working. I know that's heartbreaking for all of you out there who wanted to see it break and flood and destroy everything. But instead, the only problem with this whole dam is this weird flying dolphin. That is it's permanently up there. I don't know what's wrong with it. But aside from that, the dam is working absolutely perfectly. It is producing. Well, it's gone down actually, the efficiency. It was close to 4,500 megawatts, which is just bloody absurd. Did you make the soup? I haven't made the soup. No, I haven't had an opportunity to make soup. Unfortunately, cooking around here is something that's relatively limited, because I have to cook for a lot of people who have varying tastes. So, it can be tricky, unfortunately. I still want to try it though, even if no one's sick. But we've had so much food around the house that I haven't been able to really make soup. So, with this dam done, we kind of have completely and totally blown past our need for any other... Oh dear. That doesn't look good. That really does not look good. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But the Bosworth Dam here is actually, it is producing just so much power for us. And as you can see, it only has 18 employees. The total upkeep for this is less than 100,000 a month. That's just bloody absurd. So as such, I've turned off the coal power plant. We've deactivated it. And today we're going to decommission it completely. Because it's huge, and if we turn it back on, we see how much it costs per month, and it only produces that much power, and that's fully upgraded. It produces almost as little as 1/10 the amount of power as this. It costs several times more, and you know, it's bad for the environment. So I think today, my darlings, we are completely decommissioning that power plant. It's no longer a thing. Not a concern. We focus entirely on hydropower now, which is obviously far superior. So many ways. I think I think nuclear is also an option somewhere. But even that, look at the electricity production there. That's 750 megawatts and an upkeep of 500,000, which of course is far more expensive than our dam. Well, this reservoir has completely changed the game for us. We are making, if we look at our incomes here, we are making over $1 million from electricity sales. We're exporting it, mostly. Are actually giving away our electricity to free to the locals. So generally the rule now is if you are living here in Saffton, you have free access to both electricity and water. In fact, we've moved the water pumping station up here to the reservoir, and I might end up multiplying that, you know, getting us a second water pumping station, because now it's all free, just the way Tesla wanted. Exactly. Free electricity for all. That's our new policy here. He made a death ray. I mean, we can all make death rays. It's not that hard. You know, sometimes you just need to make a death ray. Anyhow, we're now pumping water from this reservoir here, which makes me realize that we really, really, really don't want any industrial near here, because it's just going to pollute the reservoir. We can't have all of this industrial so close to the reservoir. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to dramatically scale back our industrial areas over here. I think that's going to be a huge step forward. So let's go through and let's just get rid of a bunch of industrial. Because look at this, the ground pollution is just, it's horrible. And we just can't have that. Poisoning our lovely dam. So let's just clear out all of these buildings. And we'll put something else here. There we go. Bugger off. There we go. I think there's a little bit more here. Absolutely, we'll get rid of that. And we'll get rid of all, I mean, that right there is not, that is a health clinic, isn't it? Yes, it's a medical clinic. Alright, so we'll get rid of all these. I know, one of these is a transformer as well, so that's a fire station. But all these other buildings absolutely could go to hell. And let's make certain they're not zoned anymore. And look at all that pollution there. We can't just let that keep encroaching on the reservoir over there. Now, my original plan was to go through and clear out all the industrial over here, but I think that might be a bit extreme. Instead, I think we're going to let some of this pollution die down a bit, and then I think we should go through and we should put a bunch of housing here. There we go, and we'll make that straight because it's nice. We have some battery packs now because, well, we are producing so much power. It seemed helpful to have a few battery packs around. Also put one right over here, connecting right up with the highway. It's all working perfectly. In fact, the city itself is just flawless, except for the noise pollution. Some people are not happy about that. But aside from that, I mean, we're making so much money, and our people are absolutely chuffed as can be. Which means it seems like the perfect time for me to focus on our next big project, which is becoming self-sustaining. If we look at our productions here, we want to get rid of our deficits. We have several deficits. So we have a deficit on rock, on oil, and then if we go through here, we also are seeing a deficit in beverages, food, not serious, textiles, and furniture. Furniture I find very peculiar because we do have a lot of wood here. But basically, what I want to do is I want to go through and make certain that we are producing enough of everything, so we don't have to import anything. I mean, look at the sheer quantity of minerals we're producing here. That's absurd. But we're not producing near enough food or beverage. And as such, whilst we wait for the pollution over here to sort of dissipate, I think we're going to start work over here. Now, we did come over here at the end of our last stream, and we established a lovely little train station here. I've actually hooked that train station up. Hello, Bad Gal Beach. Hello, darling. Welcome. Thank you ever so for the follow. So, what we're going to do is we're going to build a little community over here. I've gone ahead and I've built this lovely, like, river that goes through it. But we need to actually build a community along here. Now, I don't want to build this to be a very high-density community. Instead, we are going to go through here and we're going to build ourselves a charming little rural community. That's what we need. But we're going to first and foremost need some roads. So I've made a custom road using the road builder tool, and this is a narrow 4-lane road. Basically, I took the regular 4-lane road, which looks like that, and I narrowed the shoulders significantly. Now it fits in a much, much tinier space. In fact, while we're looking at this, can we make it even smaller? Can we make this even tinier? I don't think we can. No, we can't. Terrible pity that. Alright, well, I suppose we'll just go ahead with... Oh dear. What just happened there? We got rid of a road. That doesn't seem right. What the hell happened? Alright, let's see if we can fix that. Yes, one of these roads just completely disappeared. What the... Okay, no, this is just cars, and it needs to go the other direction. There we go. That is definitely not right. Bugger. Okay, this needs to go the other direction. There we go. Problem solved. Everything's better. Ah, hello, Moongrove Witch. How are we doing, my dear? Is there any way I can make these smaller? I feel like that's just too big. Can I make that... Can I replace this with just a shoulder? And get rid of the sidewalk? How does that look? Kind of bad. What if I make this 2 meters? No, I'm not certain I like that. Okay, let's just replace that with a proper sidewalk then. And we'll get rid of that shoulder. That's fine. Alright, so let's pull through here. We need the narrow 4-lane road, and we're going to just give it a slight little curve. Very tasteful. Is that... Okay, that's definitely going to jump up a very strange amount here. Can we just go with a... There we go. A complex curve. I like that. That's good. Complex curves are beautiful. Alright, so let's just keep along. Well, you know what we need to do actually before we do anything else? We need to purchase up all of this land. That's going to cost us 5 million and 360. We're just upping it, the amount of credits per month we have to spend to keep these places afloat. Sure, we'll just keep it like that for now. Because this isn't going to make us much money. This is just going to mean that we won't have to import as much. I don't want to be importing, if we can avoid it, because unfortunately, it just kind of costs a bloody fortune to do. Well, that, and it plugs up our traffic like mad. I mean, I really, really have no patience for some of the traffic that's caused. Okay, that's far too high up. Can we bring that down to like 5 meters height to go across that water? Doesn't need to be tall enough that something can get under it. That's fine. Let's turn that back to straight. That's good. And then we'll lower this back down to... There we go, the level of the soil. Is that a good bridge? It's alright. That's an alright bridge. I'm going to say that's like... it's a decent bridge. We're not going to have that. That's silly. But we'll call that a decent bridge. You know what, though? I actually think it's too big. I think all of this is too big. What I will do instead is we're going to go straight from here, and we'll create sort of a main street. You know, every small town should have a main street. So what we'll do is we'll put a bunch of houses on either side of this. That's too long, even. That is far too long. Let's shrink that down a bit. Marvellous. That works for me. Alright, now, gravel roads. This is primarily what we're going to use to create this community, because this is not an urban community. We want it to be incredibly rural. So let's start over here, and we'll just build ourselves, I think, a nice bridge that just spans this water. In fact, let's specifically take that kind of bridge, because I think that's going to look fabulous. Still not the right position for it, is it? What if we go all the way over here? I like that. That's not bad. I really wanted it to be, you know, somewhat more even, but... I mean, that's not bad. What if we bring it up to 7.5 height? And then we lower that to... there. Hello, Chaos. Welcome, my dear. How are you doing today? Just go like that. That'll be fine. And now I'm going to just create a little tiny hill here. Or even better, just do that. Flatten that all out. Marvellous. Okay, maybe not marvellous, but, you know, it'll do. Select that height and just sort of push it up to the edge there. And then we're going to select that height, just sort of carry it around to there. Just need to do a little bit of light terraforming. It's fine. Everything's fine. So let's connect to this bridge here. I want this to go directly down to the ground as soon as possible. And we'll pull it up right next to the railroad tracks there. Oh, that's perfect. Now, I don't like the fact that this is like some kind of key wall. I don't know why it is. It seems very confusing to me. One thing I can see working though, actually. Let's just create a pad here. Get rid of the bridge completely. Create a pad here and a pad here, and then we can just connect the bridge properly. And it shouldn't be so bloody finicky. There we go. 0 to 0. That's a height of 0. That's what we like to see. That's exactly what we like to see. So let's pull that in there. There we go. That's a proper road. Also drinking. All I have is Drambuie right now, which is probably not the best sipping drink, but you know, I like it. Lovely. Alright, let's connect this up with over there. I think what we want right here is we're going to want just some nice slopes right there, and we can smooth that out just a little bit. And we're going to then start going that direction. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Very, very rustic looking. So let's turn on the continuous tool, because that allows us to get some very sort of freestyle shaped roads. Lovely. You know, we could actually probably get right up the mountainside. I don't think we're going to do that, but we could. And I think that's spectacular. Alright, well let's take that now, and we'll carry this along the railroad tracks. You know, we won't interact with the tracks, but we are going to follow alongside them. In fact, I think we've already lost. We've gone too far away from it. So let's start that again. And I'm just going to use the curve tool to try to keep this, like, I'd say like a meter away from the railroad tracks. Maybe 2 meters. I can't quite tell how far that's supposed to be. But anyhow. Just go like that, and now we have a nice pathway. You took out your trash and recycling today. Congratulations, darling. Hello, Arrow Dragon. How are we doing, darling? There we go. Let's just pull that straight away. Why has this turned into that? Like, what the devil is happening here? Don't want this to be paved. That's silly. Alright, so we should start building our farms, because that's what we're here for. We're here for farms. We're going to build a bunch of farms up around here. And that is going to be sort of the primary way we're going to feed our very large city. We're going to have cross here at grade. I think that's fine. It's okay to have at grade crossings as long as you don't have a million of them. Let's just keep going along here. I think one thing I definitely want to build not too far from the tracks here is a cargo station. Now, cargo stations are they're ridiculously large. That is absurd. We don't need that in this location. I think that is just way too big. However, it is necessary. We do need to have a cargo station. So, regardless of whether I think it's too much or not, we're going to place one right there, right near the rail. So it's a very easy sort of connection. Let's also flatten that pad out a little bit longer. That's fine. And then we're going to click on there with the slope tool. We'll make this slightly larger. And we're going to just slope up to there. Wonderful. And we can smooth all this out as well. That's fine. You know, probably would be smart to put the tracks in before smoothing everything out. But nobody ever accused me of being particularly intelligent or efficient. There we go. That looks lovely. So now there's a nice little connection up here. I think we should have more than a dirt road to start, but I also like the dirt road, so we're going with it. So what the devil happened here? Okay, so apparently there's a big slope here. Wasn't aware of that. That's fine. We'll just flatten it out a little bit. That is fine. We'll flatten that out, we'll smooth it, and then we can just carry this back over again. This should be much, much flatter now. Lovely. Okay, so that should hook that up properly. Yes? Yes. Alright. It's working. And that will mean that we can start moving some of the food that we produce up here right down into Saffton, where apparently we're having a wave of death. Again. What did you die about, Mr. Samson Salazar? What a name! goodness. Samson Salazar. Nicole Denny here died. Is this her house? That is her house. I thought that was work, perhaps. What about you, sir? So this was Samson Salazar. He died at the bus stop. That's terribly grim. He had a nice seat while he waited for his bus, and when it arrived, he was dead. Yay, death wave. What do we have here? We have Corinne Trilby, Rusty Torres, Nicole Rivas. I mean, a lot of people dying. It's not fun. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Eclipse Chris. Welcome. Oh goodness, we're being invaded. I wasn't prepared. I don't have my weapons or anything. Hello. How was your stream? We've only just begun here. We're starting to build a lovely little community. Oh dear, what has happened over here? This is not good. Why is this happening? Okay, so we've got completely broken there. Lovely. Just wonderful. Why does this happen? Just fix that. Can we delete that then? Is that... Oh my god, this is so fussy. Sound a lot more posh than you do. I sound too posh. You know, I make my whole shtick being just too posh. Why does this keep happening? What is wrong with the cables here under the ground? They just keep severing. Could never be too posh. Not so sure about that. Is the audio so low? Really? It says it's almost peaking for me. Very peculiar. I'm always torn between people telling me that I'm either peaking or they can't hear me. Really wonderful. Is this going to work? Just a thought here. Can I? I can. Okay, let's go with that. Oh, actually that looks atrocious. Never mind. Never mind. Your game sounds were very likely loud on your end. Ah, I see. I have a tendency to turn my game audio down very low when I'm streaming. Okay, so where am I actually going to start here? I haven't actually decided that. Perhaps I should build houses? Probably. We'll build a nice little community over here near the centre of town. Probably... We'll do some businesses right here. That makes sense. Though I don't really like the fact that they're apparently spawning on completely opposite sides from one another. Please all connect to here. I know I could turn off zoning on that road if I really desperately wanted to. That's so fussy. You prefer Raiders 1, you prefer Cities 1 yourself? I like Cities 1. I really like the roads in Cities 2 more. I think the roads in Cities 2 function so brilliantly that I'm willing to endure a lot. Oh, you have to go. Ah, they might already be gone. Well, thank you for the follow, and I hope you enjoy your meal. Don't use vanilla anything. Ah, I'm only using the vanilla I have. The have to, rather. I've tried to mod, but Cities 2 is still very early on, so the mods are limited. But it runs wonderfully. Can we get... So these are all shops, that's wonderful. 4 year, 4 month. Goodness, UK theme city is your thing on Sundays. I've only been at this for a couple months. I can't even imagine what one would accomplish after 4 years and 4 months. I'll have to stop by and see. So I think I'm going to put some row housing here. Maybe we... Here. We'll get a 2-lane road. And we'll have it come out at 90 degrees from this roundabout here. Can we not snap at such funny angles, please, and thank you. There we go. We got scolded by an app. Was it Duolingo? They love being sassy, that owl. very sassy owl. Tar, thank you ever so again for the rate, and I hope you enjoy your meal. I do love a good meal. I don't even know what it is. Mark, food is, life. Alright, let's get... Can we flatten that out? Oh no, this is all on an angle. We can't have that. Let's flatten that out again. Please just stick to the center. There we go. There's easier ways to do that, but I do cause a little bit. I'm just not willing to go through and sort out which of the snap 2s I need for any given situation. I know that there's very useful ways of utilizing them. I don't really care. Noom scolded you for neglecting food and water. I mean, if you're neglecting food and water, I'm going to have to scold you too, darling. Very important to eat and hydrate. Let's get some houses in here. So, I think, based on the fact this is going to be farmland, we probably don't want to go too high with regards to density. I would go so far as to say that's a bad idea. Now, I do have somewhere here, I've got mixed farming zone. What does this actually turn into? This is a mod. This is from a mod. So we'll see what this actually turns into. But if we can get like some farmhouses here, that would be scrumptious. Absolutely scrumptious. We're going to have to wait a couple minutes for them to spawn. So while we do that, while everything sort of spawns in, we'll start building our farms. Now, I very, very specifically don't want to build the farms like I built them in Garnet Farmlands. So we can zoom over there and have a look at how things are. I did some tweaking actually, I added some more trees in between them. But largely, I'm not happy with Garnet Farmlands. And a big part of that is just how the game works fundamentally. I've complained about this previously, I'm going to complain about it again. The way they depict livestock farms is just ridiculous. I mean, look at this. Basically, the whole farm is tilled fields, as are all the, farms that are growing food. Like, what is this? This is not a livestock farm. This is just a tiny barn on this massive field. The cows should be roaming about, and this should be grass. It's absolutely absurd to me the way they've chosen to depict livestock farming. Also, you can't get rid of the base. I tried doing it. I tried deleting the surface. It did not work. I can't get rid of it. It makes me sad as well, Trippy. And there's just nothing ever grows here. It just seems like such a small thing that they could have added to have like some corn pop up amongst the fields that are supposed to be growing, vegetables and such. That would be such a simple touch they could have done, but they didn't. They absolutely did not. And they could have had this all just be grass, and had the cows just sort of wander about. I just hate the way farms look in this, because they all look identical. There's no difference between, this one has grain, but I have to actually click on them to tell what they do, because the farms themselves are just big, flat fields with no detail. I love cities, but this is just catastrophically bad. And unfortunately, there's no mods to fix it yet. I've been checking every day to see if someone has released a mod that would allow us to get a proper garden, proper farms. But unfortunately, this is just terrible. Now, look at this again. This is a livestock farm. There's some wild horses over here, but they're completely disconnected from the livestock farm. There's some actual domestic horses over here. Again, I wouldn't call horses livestock. I mean, I guess they probably are, just by definition. But, if you have a livestock farm, you're not going to be raising horses, probably. You're going to be raising cows and pigs, and maybe sheep. Things that you can get animal products from. Not hobby animals, like horses. Did I check my Steam gift? I haven't actually. Of course you sent me something, didn't you? I need to check that soon. Check that now. We should become Burb. Oh, a rhythm game. Darling, I'm terrible at those. Oh, that'll be funny. Well, thank you, darling. That's a lovely gift. Unable to add gift. What? Is it already added to my library? It is. Okay. I don't know why it said unable to add gift there. But there we go. Thank you, my darling. What a wonderful gift. You love horses too much to eat them. I mean, they do taste good. But, you know, these horses, you don't raise horses for food, generally. It just seems silly. Pigs and cows, that makes sense here. Although, again, I would expect them to be separate, usually. Also, they're just, like, on top of each other. This is just so poorly done, the way they've done these fields. And it's so disappointing. Because I really like the idea of being able to shape our own fields like this. But it's just so bad. If it's on sale and I am a pigeon. It's true, I'm 90% pigeon. But like, this is a grain field, there's no grain on it. They could have even given us some low poly grain swaying in the wind, and imagine, visually, how much better that would be. It just boggles the mind that they've decided to do it that way. Anyhow, let's go build more ugly, ugly farms over here. It's one thing about when we were playing those Anno games. It was a bit rigid because everything had to be done in a square. But the farms still looked beautiful. Amber waves of grain, absolutely. Wouldn't that be stunning? Okay, so let's go in here, and we will build, I suppose, more vegetable farming. Let's turn off snapping, and I'm going to attempt to line this up directly with the road. There we go. That's perfect. Okay, so let's adjust this. Now, we don't want to bring it probably all the way to the water, but we'll bring it close-ish to the river. Probably keep a distance of about that far, and we'll fill that with trees and such. There we go. That does it. Well, that's what's important, if it's adorable. Okay, there we go. We've got our first little greenhouse here. What do you mean there's no... Okay, oh, the power and electricity can't get over the bridge. Of course. Foolish me. How could I have not known that? The salmon came out pretty. Ooh. Well, you'll have to show us, Trippy. I've never had a salmon Wellington, only beef. Let's go down here. I'll build like a nice little space out front there. And we're going to bring that right to the edge. 90 and... Oh, thank you for the bits, Arrow Dragon. That's lovely, my dear. Thank you, truly. Is it just me, or does this look very far from being straight? Okay, there we go. That's squared enough. That's our first little farm in this area. I'm going to put like... Let's go over here, and I'm going to build some EU low-density housing right there. Only one. I don't want two. Can we... just have that there. Let's get rid of everything and just have that there. Come on, just one house. I don't need... Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay, fine. Let's do that. 3 by 3. That'll be the house. We'll have a nice little farmhouse there. So let's continue down Umber Lane here. going to want to put another farm over here at some point. So down here, we're going to leave at least 2 spaces of a gap. And that's because I am going to go through here with trees and make it look. You made the duxelle with cream spinach instead of diced mushrooms. Interesting. I imagine that would probably be better with spinach. I mean, with salmon. Let's just pull that up there as well, and we'll put another farm like right at the edge there. And actually, you know what? We'll bring this up to the top of this hill, and then the farm can be set right at the top of the hill. I think that works. And let's go a couple feet behind here, and we'll once again just sort of give it a nice spacious edge here, so I can again just surround it with trees. Actually, do I even want to build a road down there? I don't know if I do. Let's instead, we'll build a road right here, and on this road we will place another farm. This one will be livestock, which again will look identical to the grain because they didn't think that through. The people making this game had no idea what farms look like. Truly shocking. Is Seafoam into rhythm games, or would they play them if you're a burp? I don't think they're into rhythm games. Never seen them play a rhythm game. And they will be the first to admit that their rhythm is terrible. You love making your farms in The Sims 4. Farms are honestly, they're always such a delight to make. It doesn't matter what game you're playing. It's such a treat. I enjoy making farms in Minecraft quite a bit. That's always good fun. Or making farms in The Sims. I preferred in The Sims 3, especially after they had released quite a few of the packs. Because they had a whole bunch of sort of animal agriculture things, which were fabulous. Like, I really preferred how horses worked in Sims 3. I don't like how horses work in Sims 4. I think they're rubbish. It seems like something that was just kind of forced in because people wanted it, but it doesn't work with closed, without an open world. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Became addicted to The Sims 4. I become addicted to The Sims 4 every few months for like a week and a half, and then I forget about it, and then I come back to it again in a few months' time. There we go. Let's start with that, and then we'll extend this. Okay, first and foremost, we'll get rid of these little nodes right there, and then we can drag this at 90 degrees all the way back to there, and that's 90 and 90, and I think that's just perfect. You have not played it for a while, as you are hooked on Baldur's Gate 3 at the moment. Now that's quite addictive as well. I am eager to get back to Baldur's Gate at some point in the near future. I know they have added, or they are going to any day now, adding a bunch of new ends for evil players, which of course I always am. I would like to actually play Baldur's Gate and be the hero for once. That might be worth trying. Although it seems a bit preposterous now that I say it out loud. Let's put some more vegetables right around here. sure I like that. What if we pull this up along here, and then we smooth everything out after? I think I'm going to do that. There we go. Lovely. Just lovely. Game you loved watching me play. What? Sims 4? I mean, we will be back at it in the not too distant future, I'm sure. We still have a lot more to do with Gay Fieri, of course. Get more eyes on me, and I know I do love attention. The thing about The Sims, though, is there are a lot of people playing it, and as such, you know, the algorithm doesn't really favour me. But if I'm playing Cities, I'm one of only usually about a dozen people who are playing it. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. Potentially, that's worth getting back into. Again, once new patches and such drop. But I am going to have to try a different playthrough. I can't just be the bad guy again, as much as I want to. That looks atrocious right there, so let's maybe fix that out a little bit. Just smooth it out slightly. There we go. That was much better. Oh God, what is happening over here? All these people are bloody dying. Clay Keller, dead. Helen Tucker, dead. Helen Keller, also dead. Felicia Murray, dead. They're all dead. All these people are dying. Why are you dying so fast? I mean, they're all seniors, I guess, so they're not. There's not really any sign that they are dying very quickly. They're all probably just dying of old age, but it's still stressful. Oh my God, so is that. Oh my God, the hotel burned to the ground. I mean, it was a completely empty hotel. There was no one. It had sat there completely empty for ages, but I can't believe that. When did this happen? And why? It's a terrible shame, because I love that hotel, but it was not ever functional. Because as I've mentioned previously, hotels are buggered in this game, and they don't work properly. Tourism is balked. It needs to be fixed. Okay, well, let's just ignore all the people dying, because they're all just dying of old age anyhow. Well, except for Carl Swanson here. Most of them are dying of old age. Alright, let's go back to here. How are things going? Do we have buildings over here yet? We do! What do we have here? So this is poor people, and they're making food. So these are little farms. I think that's just perfect. Look at that. Just little farms. I appreciate them. Let's build more little farms. Should I extend that? Maybe I should. I think I should extend this out. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, this should be curved into that. But let's do it a little bit more gracefully. So that's... Come on. There we go. 180 degrees. And now we go... Okay, actually, never mind. I'm going to just go 180 degrees and then meet up with it at a harsh angle there. That's fine. A whole year later, and here you sit, still scrubbing baseboards to Cities 2. Goodness. Goodness, wheat cabbage. You're still working on those baseboards. Must be very messy. How are we doing, darling? Local mail. I didn't even realise mail was moved by the cargo trip. That's good to know. Right, now there's a chasm here. I think what we should do here is we're going to put a bunch of this mixed-use farmland right there, along that chasm. And then over here, I am going to... This is very, very wonky-looking territory. Do I really want to build a farm along here? Probably. Okay, let's carry this out first. Let's connect up everything. There we go. That's fine. So let's smooth this substantially. So we can go to the largest brush size and we just sort of smooth this territory here. Make it less rough and more, you know, appropriate for raising cattle or what have you. Whatever we end up putting here. Oh god, that was atrocious. That is just awful. Right, let's move that. Let's just shift this over to... I'm sorry? Oh, the game just crashed. I didn't like that. Absolutely did not like that. Not what I expected. Sometimes when you use Move It, and you grab the wrong thing, the game does not like that at all. Doesn't crash very often, but I think almost all of the crashes I've had in recent memory have been based on me utilizing Move It and moving something I shouldn't. Evil Tucson from this time last year. Were we still in I can't remember the name of that city. Sandy Dunes or something? I can't remember. That was a fabulous city though. Very effective. I think that was Cities 1 though, because like they haven't added officially. They haven't added the ability to build desert maps at all in this. Which is mildly disappointing, but New Jersey, I mean that was definitely our last city in Cities 1. And that was rubbish compared to what we're doing now. It was mostly experimentation and such. I can't even remember how many people were living in well, I suppose it was New York, which was the bulk of the population. I can't remember how big it got. It's true, it was accurate to New Jersey. But this city is going to get so much larger, because this city will be using mods, we'll be trying to update it as new content becomes available, and more importantly, I have a particular goal. And that particular goal, darlings, is to use up all the power we have. Because we have an absurd amount of power now. And even the amount we had prior to building the dam was a lot. It was more than we needed, and that was just from a coal plant. Now we have 10 times more, and much of our population has solar panels on their rooftops. They don't even need that much power. But we're going to keep going until we utilize every last megawatt. So we'll keep building more and more houses, more skyscrapers, a large hadron collider, you know, those sorts of things. I'm sure a hadron collider is going to use up a significant amount of our energy. I actually don't, now that I say it out loud, I don't think the hadron collider in this game has an energy upkeep, which is bizarre, but a lot of things don't actually have an energy upkeep in this game. Like, you do need to have electricity for them to function, but they don't actually pull from the grid in any significant manner. My goodness, it's slow to load, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot to load, so I get it. But still, bloody tedious. At least we've got the music. There we go. We're back in the city. All of these buildings have transformed into white blocks with no detail whatsoever. So that's kind of a problem. And that's definitely a bit of an issue. So I'm seeing now why there were some downvotes on that mod. Maybe instead, let's put a bunch of small houses out here. That will be fine. That will be just lovely. We're going to do the same over here, in fact. We're going to put a nice 3x3. I'm going to do 2x3 there. Over here, we're going to put the 3x3 across the street. Lovely. Okay. Get some houses coming along there. That's just lovely. Alright, now, we have a little bit of a chasm here. Do I just build around it? Like, if I just make it so that the hill just kind of ends right where the cliff starts. Is that a good idea? Maybe. Let's turn on anarchy for one thing, because we can't do bugger all without anarchy. Then we will get ourselves another farm right over here. Now, which one? I mean, it makes sense to have livestock quite close to a cliff. And that might not sound sensible, but hear me out. Livestock generally do not need as fertile a ground as, you know, traditional farming does. So as a result, it can be on the rockier, less desirable territory, like right along a cliff face. As long as we make certain there's fences that like the animals don't walk right off. That's where sheep go, exactly. It's exactly where the sheep go. So we're going to try. Can I really wish I could close this this UI right now. It's very confusing. I don't know. I do not know where the cliff edge is. But let's go a little bit closer to that farm. And we'll go 90 degrees down to there. Lovely. Now let's just shift this over. That's the thing, animals, they like cliffs, you know. What if they're goats? Goats love cliffs. I really shouldn't have done that. I regret that instantly. There we go. For goodness sakes. Lovely. Let's try to straighten that out a little bit. Apparently it is straight. Wonderful. And how does the cliff look? Absolutely bloody atrocious. Okay, so let's... Okay, we can adjust it like this. That's fine. Turn off the snapping. We definitely don't want snapping on. Not right now. There's bears trying to enter the farmland here. They're trying to climb up the sheer cliff so that they can get our honey. So that they can abscond with the contents of our picnic basket. Scoundrels. Okay, so we've done that side. Now we can sort of go along this edge here. Thank you for the reminder, Trippy. I will absolutely stop and hydrate. Drambuie counts, right? Let's just pull this into the little tiny corners here. Lovely. It's liquid. It's like mostly water. What's the first ingredient? Let's pull this out to about there. That looks nice. Maybe we can bring this... We could bring this like right up to this ledge over here. That's how you justify coffee. I mean, coffee is just beans that have been... well, it's water that's been exposed to beans for a while. But it's still like water. You know, it's all water. At its core, it's just been flavoured with beans. What could be wrong about that? Very healthy. Beans are good for you. Everyone knows that. That's why coffee's also so good for you. Oh, chocolate rather. Very good for you. Let's just pull that down to about there. There we go. We've got another large farm right over here. It's not like perfect, but again, like if this were a proper livestock farm that was green with area for, you know, an animal to graze instead of just being tilled fields forever and ever, then this would be fine. Like, again, even the thing that's so absurd to me is there's barns, and the barns have grass. I just don't get it. I really don't get the thought process behind this. It's atrocious. And it's such a small thing that it really shouldn't bother me as much as it does. But it does. It kind of ruins the ability to build, you know, nice, realistic farmlands. When all you could actually do are build tilled but unplanted fields. Well, we've got some food coming along at least. They went cheap on graphics. I think it looks good overall, the game. I mean, I like the trees. I like the visuals. It's just this. It's a mistake. And it's not a mistake that you can really, like, say, oh, well, they were lazy or they were, you know, just trying to save money. because it wouldn't have cost them more money to do it properly, and it wouldn't have really taken more time. I think they genuinely didn't think. They could have taken the regular grass texture and just made it so that you put a fence around, and then the grass texture stays, but you now have a fence. They only had one entry for field, exactly. It is something that I think they underestimated how much they should have put effort into this. Because I don't think, if you look at a lot of the other things in the game, that this level of carelessness carries over, mostly. Are there any seasons in this game? There are, yes, we have to deal with all 4 seasons. Right now it's autumn, which is why so many of the leaves, so many of the trees have gone orange. Also there's fires breaking out, that's lovely. Okay, well we've got a little forest fire here. City people build it. I mean, and that's the only possible excuse. I'm sorry. So this is running at 73% efficiency right now because there's piled up garbage. Nobody's picking up the garbage. This is our recycling centre, which should be picking up the garbage. It's right across the street. I don't get it. I just don't get it sometimes. Like, it's right across the street. Are they on strike? I don't know why they'd be on strike. They're paid well enough. And they're paid well enough, the taxes are low. There's literally nothing for them to strike about. But we have the same issue here. All of our water treatment places are running on low efficiency because they're just not getting treated. Again, we have a waste processing centre very close by, but they've just opted not to go and pick up the rubbish. Little bit busted, in my opinion. And we apparently have resource issues again. Is it furniture? Is it all furniture? Is that what the problem is now? Furniture. It is. So, despite the fact that we have a very large, kind of tree farm area where we're logging, apparently all of the wood that we produce is being turned into paper, and none is being turned into furniture, and now that's my problem. Despite the fact that I don't get to choose what goes where. That's not how this game works. Okay, that's nice. Winding along that way. Let's just keep on that path. That's fine. A lot of the times problems that erupt in this city, they're just, I can't do anything about them. Like, I can't do anything to make it so that furniture is cheaper. You know, we've tried to establish our own furniture industry here, and, you know, instead we've just got, look at this, more metal. Why are you always just producing metal around here? Asset packs manager not loaded. Well, no wonder we had so many issues. It didn't load on the second reload. That's probably why those houses were white squares. Furniture is super cheap if you just wait around the curb on trash day. That's also true. I don't think unfortunately it's an option for most of our citizens here. Sorry, what is happening here? Oh, right, all these rural goodies. So I've set up a pack at some point that specifically had rurals. What is that? An underground underpass. Okay. Because we want there to be a rural hill station here, which is, there it is. Rural medical care. How does this look? very small, which is absolutely perfect. Bed bugs are also super cheap. They are. It's a steal, really. Alright, let's get rid of... Is there a particular reason why you're so laggy? I mean, I get it, you're not a base game asset, but like, how many bloody polygons do you have? Let's take a close look at this asset and see if there's any particular reason why it's so laggy. I mean, the roof already looks pretty high texture. I don't know, it doesn't look that different though. But it's really lagging my game out, so... Okay, if I get rid of that, will it stop being laggy? That's the question. Is it the asset or just the game getting laggy? I mean, I don't know why the game would be getting laggy right now. Unless it's actively trying to load all of those assets right now. Is it still trying to load assets? Is that it? It is. It's still loading the assets. After the restart. So that's why it's so slow. There we go, 326 assets loaded. And of course, it's worth noting, they haven't actually released the asset editor yet. That's coming soon. But I already have so many assets in game. And the asset editor isn't even available yet. Alright, that's a nice little farm sitting in the valley here. It's not actually the most fertile space, but that's okay. I'll make the most of it. This game looks really fun. It is fun, Moongrove Witch. I love playing this. I love building a charming little city. Creating like little laws for each community that I build. Very customizable, which is something I appreciate. Can't load all that ass. It's just too much ass. So now that actually everything's loading fine, I'm going to go back and I'm going to place this again. Now that I know that it isn't the reason that we were having so much lag. Alright, can I just like a little tiny police station? I don't think I even need a little tiny police station. But it is so tiny. Look at it. Isn't that charming? But, I mean, I don't think we need any police. Because, frankly, I've already cut the police budget dramatically. Like, we are at half budget for the police. And I have had no issues whatsoever. Crime seems to have completely evaporated, which tells me that the police were obviously the ones causing it. No question about that. If I defund the police and the amount of crime goes down, kind of tells me a fair bit about what the police were doing to crime in this town. Carry this down here. Lovely. I'm going to put a farm right about there, assuming, of course... Yes, that's fertile ground. Alright, we'll grow some vegetables here. And we're going to keep going until we've managed to build a massive surplus of food. Much better. Alright, now let's just expand this out. So we don't want to go right down to the river, because most farms don't. You know, their property might go down to the river, but the actual farm itself, you know, they're not going to be tilling the ground right next to the river. It's probably going to be very difficult for them to get heavy machinery to not sink into the mud. And as such, we're just going to, you know, give a few meters distance between the river and the farmland. And then maybe we'll do something with that later as well. Has the lagginess improved at all? It has. You know, it was entirely just loading all the assets. It was nothing. Nothing beyond that. Very simple. It happens. I was just surprised because I thought the assets had already loaded in. Usually, when I start up this game, it does the loading additional assets thing, and then that's fine for the rest of the day, regardless of whether or not the computer restarts, or rather the game restarts. However, today, seemingly, it needed to reload the assets twice. Anyhow, how was everyone's weekend? It occurs to me that it's Monday, and most mortals do something fun over the weekend, don't they? Let's just keep carrying this out to here. We're going to bring this a little bit beyond the limits of this circle, but just barely. I think that's probably actually a perfect space to end that farm. Lovely. We could put another farm maybe in here. I would want to make certain it doesn't start climbing the mountain though. And perhaps we'll put some livestock here specifically. Now, I absolutely do not need to be drawing these paths leading up. Oh, this is the perfect place for livestock, actually, because there's no fertility here. Livestock does not require fertility, because as I was saying earlier, you don't grow cows out of the ground. They just eat the grass. I know the devs of this game don't quite grasp the concept, but cows do not grow out of the ground. Alright, let's just pull this right over to there. And then we will go, I'd say, probably about here, but I'm going to immediately bring it down. There we go. Setting up all these livestock farms is giving me a craving for steak. There we go. There's another one. That's beautiful. It does look quite charming when you get down to like ground level, doesn't it? Imagine going for a nice country drive. Now, you'll have to use your imaginations again, darling, because as we have established, there's no rolling fields of wheat. But just imagine them, just all that wheat, or corn or some such. Soybeans, most likely. You can't eat them. I mean, you can, but they're generally made for non-edible purposes. Pumpkins. I mean, pumpkins are nice, but the thing about pumpkins is that they don't wave in the wind. Imagine driving through Nebraska. I wouldn't put myself through that. I'm imagining it. let's smooth these out a little bit, because we do want them to be rolling, even if they're not going to be wheat. I think it's very important that they sort of roll. Alright, let's build a couple more, because we need so many of these. We need farms to feed our people. It's highly vital that we have enough farms here. I'm not going to put the farms over here though, because this is obviously not good farmland. I mean, it's just a mess. Absolutely gorgeous. You wanted to die of boredom. I'm quite content to just sit out in nature for prolonged periods of time myself. A rural welfare office, really? Great for a small town. Well, we could give these people welfare. Would you like welfare? Would you like a crumb of welfare? Let's give them some welfare. There we go. Now you don't need to have jobs. It costs us 150 credits per month. That seems a little bit too low. You're mostly cotton. We need to get some cotton set up around here, but I think that's probably it just doesn't seem likely, because this is a fairly cold atmosphere. I don't feel like cotton farming really makes sense, but I would like us to become as self-sufficient as possible, and part of that is making certain that we grow our own textiles as well. It does, yes. It's almost exclusively hot weather cotton. I don't know what to do with this area up here. I mean, I could build houses up there perhaps, but if I'm going to do that, I'm going to need a second bridge, like one around here, not just one up there. In fact, I should probably have that anyhow. So let's just do that right now, shall we? Let's make a nice sort of pad right there, and we're going to do the same right over here. Perfect. Now, we'll grab this bridge, pull it across. That's 0 degrees. That's exactly what we like to see. Now, let's aggressively smooth out everything. Over here, on the other hand, there is no way we are going to reach up there by just smoothing. So we're going to have to do something different, which is I am going to create a pad up here. I'm going to create a pad right there. And I'm going to take the slope tool here. We're going to right click at the top of this pad, and we're going to just drag that up to here, and we're going to once again right click on that pad and drag that up to here, and we've created for ourselves just a lovely little zigzag. No, that's not straight. There we go. Straight line. Lovely. I think maybe I should actually... Oh dear. That... How did I click off the one I had selected? Bugger me sideways. Okay. Let's just go up there. We will do that. Lovely. Now there's 2 connections up into the farmlands, and we can probably build some houses out here. I think this is probably going to be an excellent place to build a little bit of housing. It's just because it's not right in the farmland, and also it's kind of... But I think it's the only place we're going to be able to put the housing. Now, however, it is worth noting, this might work now that the mods have been fixed. So let's put down a couple of these, and we'll see how it all ends up looking. Let that all zone in. I had everything paused again for some reason. And I'm going to do the same over here. Maybe even a little bit like there. Just flatten that out, make it look a lot less intense. There we go. Lovely. How are things going over here? There's a small fire. I say small. It's not small. It's actually quite severe. However, it is on an island that has absolutely no connections with our mainland. So, I'm not too worried about that. That's fine. We'll let that be. Are there any other fires, like ones I actually need to be worried about? These ones, probably not. What's happening over here? Apparently, you'll have a shortage of rocks, and you're producing minerals out of those rocks. We have too many minerals already. So, die in a hole, I guess. It's a game, like, right over here. All these factories are building, like, they're grinding up rocks for minerals. We don't have enough rocks, and we have too many minerals. Stop it. Just bloody stop it. Scoundrels. The absolute audacity. How are things going here? I want to see if the ground pollution has started to go away. I think it's actually gotten worse, despite the fact that there's no factories here anymore. What if I just go through and just select a bunch of trees here. I'm going to turn off anarchy, and we're going to go through and we're just going to spread them right around here. Now in Cities 1, this is how you dealt with ground pollution. I don't think it still applies in Cities 2. I think ground pollution just dissipates over time. However, I'm still going to put in all the trees because they look pretty. That's all that matters. That's really all that matters, isn't it, darlings? They look pretty. Alright, let's go back over here and we'll keep building farms. Instead of building them on the other side, though, I'm going to build a bunch of farms over here. So let's first and foremost, let's select that road, and we're just going to pull it out, I'd say, about there. That's a good start. And then we can turn this in a little bit. Lovely. And then I'm going to have a road. I know it looks silly to just build all these roads off. The thing is, roads in reality are often messy things. They often go in very different directions from each other, angles that just don't make sense. It's not realistic to have everything be perfect. So I like to make irregular shapes as much as possible. Let's bring this down a little bit further. And we will put a nice sort of, there we go, passageway up there. And I'm going to do the same right over here. And we'll turn these into very large farm grounds. And I'm going to build another farm up there as well. So let's do this. These are all fertile, perfectly fertile, so we're not going to put any livestock around here. Rather, this is all going to be vegetable farming. Pop that there. And we'll carry this down to about 2 blocks from the bottom. And I'm going to do the same right over here. I'm going to do 1.5 from there. And again, we'll just sort of skim along that same distance. It doesn't have to be perfect, because we're not going to zone this territory. But I do want to make certain there remains some nice space there. I'm actually going to go back a little bit further. We'll go closer to the edge. Because what we're going to put here is a bunch of trees. Pretty standard for farms to have lots of trees separating the territories. The lots, rather. So we'll just surround that with trees. When you grow up, surrounded by maple, it does become quite normal. I love maple and everything. Maple coffee is actually, in my opinion, far better than, you know, sugar or anything of the sort. I've had maple in things you would not believe. I swear by the inclusion of maple in macaroni and cheese. Swear by it. It's nice with eggs too. There's honestly very few things that don't taste good with maple. I was going to say fish, and then I remembered that maple is actually phenomenal with salmon, so that doesn't apply. Maple cotton candy, spectacular. I mean, at the end of the day, maple is just sugar. It's a type of sugar. And it just so happens to be the best type of sugar. Maple glazed salmon is spectacular. Absolutely. Alright, another grain field right here, I'm going to say. That's good. And we'll carry this over, again, just about 1.5 from that road. And I think for the railroad, we're going to turn on snapping. And we're going to try and keep it as close to the railroad as possible. I like the idea of the railroad just sort of butting right up against this farmland. But we'll keep a slight distance over here of about 1 tile. And we could just follow, we could turn off snapping so it doesn't do that to us. And we'll just follow the shape of the zoning right here. There we go. Magnificent. We like Frags. I think Frags is just too salty. It doesn't taste spicy to me, it just tastes salty. I can't eat it. Generally, if I want something spicy, I want something extra spicy. Should I buy up this territory and build more farms there? Or should I just wait and do that later? I think I might do that later. Don't have to just build, you know, farms all day today. Let's put some vegetable farms here, though. We'll just do one more sort of set of farms here. Let's go to about there. I'm going to extend beyond my territory here. You know what? I imagine these farms are all. It's worth noting. You know, this is a capitalist society. These farms are all privately owned. I don't own this. So, I might not own this territory, but who's to say this person doesn't? And we'll put like one more farm right here. Down right to that. And this one could be grain again. Actually, I'm going to make it vegetable again. And I'm going to pull that all the way across right up here. And then we will go down to about there. Oh my god, no! No, 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 no. That is atrocious. Goodness gracious me. Not a fan of that. Let's make some adjustments. We'll pull this out slightly over here. There we go. That's good enough for me. This could be a bit of an issue here. Now, the one thing that's worth noting, we do have a fire truck here. I don't think the fire truck's going to be able to manage all this, but also at the same time, a wildfire really isn't my issue until it starts getting close to town. Yeah, that's just basic common sense. It's really not my problem until it gets close to town. Let's continue this along, I think. I'm going to... There we go. And we can put some more housing down here or something. Your hometown gets taken out by wildfires every year. My goodness, I just don't... I understand people have to live in those places, but my goodness, you'd think there would be some more preparation put in place. Or just a ban on gender reveal parties because they're 9 times out of 10 the culprit. I'm actually genuinely shocked that those are legal because they do just wantonly destroy things all the time. These look atrocious. I don't like this. Well, I guess it's like a tiered garden. It's not that bad. Most of them are actually started because people throw cigarettes onto very dry land. Some people. This is the eternal problem. Is, you know, these problems would be a lot easier to solve if people weren't just absolute ridiculous assholes all the time. Let's also select those wildflowers. I am going to turn this up to 100. I'm going to turn off snapping, and I'm going to start going along here with, very importantly, anarchy turned off. We do not want anarchy on when I'm doing this. If I have anarchy on whilst doing this, what will happen is the trees will spray all over the road and all over the farmlands. By turning off anarchy, I just make certain that the trees are only going in these open areas, which they don't go as tight as they would if I had anarchy on. They don't look quite as thick and lush, but they do at least fill in, and it helps us sort of create some more variation between the different farmlands. go. Let's just fill in all this. And as you can see, it adds a lot of life to the area to have all these trees. Especially the coloured ones. Your autumnal shades. I'm going to actually decrease the brush size to 20, and I think that'll give me more control. Yes, we're getting more trees now. Much better. Dust through all of these areas as thickly as we really can. The more trees in between the farms, the better. Painting that all in, isn't that lovely? Oh goodness, that's quite thick. Oh my, the forest fire does seem to be spreading. Still not my problem entirely. Now, we do have, actually, thankfully, it's worth noting, our firefighter depot is right here. This is our big firefighting station. So, you know, they can access that quite easily. That's very close by. Including our firefighting helicopters, which I don't see. I see a train just sort of driving through the fire. That's fine. I see some bears who don't seem to care that there's a fire. I see our fire engine fucking off. They've just given up. They can't contain the fire any longer. You know what? I'm going to do my magic trick for getting rid of fires. Or at least for keeping them from destroying my cities. And that is, I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to build... Not build anything actually, I'm going to create this fire break. This is how, you know, firefighting actually works in real life as well. If you want to stop a forest fire, the best method is actually to fight fire with fire. We're doing a little controlled burn here. We're just destroying all the trees that, you know, are there, and now it can't carry on. The fire can't jump that far. So this area will just burn to a crisp and everything else will be fine. That's fine. Everything will be fine. Let's get back to planting trees. Lovely. I'm also going to turn off the juvenile trees. Why are these trains going so slowly? Also, just as a thought, can I... Oh, that doesn't look good. What happened to the tracks? What happened to the tracks here? Okay, let's try and fix that. Let's try and fix those tracks. Those do not look right. There we go, much better. But also, while we're here, I want to see, can I create a curve that is gentle enough here? I need to turn anarchy on. Okay, so that's not gentle enough, but it does connect there. So I hook up like no, those don't connect now. Well, bugger. I would like there to be access to this particular spot for trains that are coming in from Mountain Lakes over here, so that they can immediately drop off here and stay away from the rest of our line. I think that would be ideal, personally. Okay, so that's not working for us at all. If I go like that, will that work? That will work. We've done it, darlings. Alright, so that, I'm going to actually hook up a second line here. Can I make that work? I can. Excellent. So we'll turn this little spot right here into 2 lines. There we go. That's perfect. Alright. So what I want now, I'm going to make 2 new trade lines. We are going to make a cargo line that comes from Mountain Lakes and connects to this line here. And then it immediately just goes back to Mountain Lakes. That's it. Nothing else. Then we're going to have this line here, which comes from this terminal and then delivers down to here. Do I want it to deliver here or to here? Which one of these has fewer? No, I think this one's the best one. Alright, we'll go to there, and it'll bring all the food down to there without us needing lorries, which is ideal. I suppose this curve doesn't really make any sense anymore. We'll just have an intersection here. This is a low traffic area, so we can have just a 4-way intersection. All these streets are named Chirpster. Every single one is named Chirper Street. Like, goodness gracious. Okay. So we have a lot of farm over here. That's good. I don't think we have enough housing though, do we? I mean, that's housing. I don't like it, but it is housing. Let's just flatten all this out for a little bit. The trick to making things look realistic is to flatten a pad around them and then just smooth after. Still not realistic enough though. I think we want to pull this all out a little bit further. And then again, we just sort of smooth it all down. There we go. Now, should I build some houses up here? Probably not. I mean, I was going to, but it's just so hilly. I don't like it. Maybe instead, I'm going to go through here and I'm going to build us a lovely little suburb. And when I say little, I mean very, very little. Let's also, we'll do the waterfront housing, I think, because it does look a little... Maybe we do go with this one. Okay, important question. How far are we from getting our next signature buildings? So if we keep going, that's medium density, that's medium density. This is waterfront. That's high density. We're actually doing fairly well with most of these things. Alright, so I think rather than worry at all about the low density, because I don't know when and if we're ever going to reach there. Oh, fine, we'll do it. I'm arguing with myself in my head, and none of you can hear it. But I need to, you know, come to a firm decision on whether or not to use one or the other. I think we're going to go with traditional low density here. Well, thank you, Funky Goblin. I like to think so. You know, I don't toot my own horn, but when everyone else does it, I just agree. Is this... Can I make these intervene? Okay, so that connects up with this highway here. This is, of course, this is my rural highway. That's really low. 30, I think that's way too slow. So, what about rural highway? There we go. I made this earlier. Rural highway is zoned. So if I were to make this all into rural highway, it would still have its zoning. And it would also be a lot bloody faster. There we go. Let's just make that all highway. There are bears. There are bears crossing my highway. There's so many bears. We should name this town something about the bears, because there's just so many bears. They do have places to be. It's very important. This is Yogi and Boo Boo. They're off looking for picnic baskets. No, I'm not going to rename Yogi and Boo Boo, because I'll never find them again. Even Ursaville. That's nice, actually. I do like that. Ursaville. Let's go with that. But also, I just realised that swapping these out to rural highway has unfortunately gotten rid of the electricity that was running through. So we might need to go back through and change these back over to alleyways. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. We don't want people speeding in residential areas anyhow. Children could be playing games or some such. Right, let's create a district over here. So we'll start, and we'll encompass this whole area eventually. But for now, well, I'm going to extend it beyond our territory there, but we're going to follow the mountain. Because of course, the town can't exactly go outside the mountain. There we go. This is Summit Springs, but no, we'll call this Ursaville. Very nice. It's a very poor community. Don't worry, I'm sure it will be able to survive off of all of those subsidies it will get from the blue states. All those cities that every single person who lives in one of these houses is terrified to death of, will subsidize this community. Why are there no houses popping up here? Is there no demand? There's no demand for low density. What the devil? How is there no demand for low density? That's absurd. I've never seen that before. There's always demand for low density. People are just like, no, I don't want to live in a house. Don't make me live in a house. I want to live somewhere nice. Oh my god, look at it. The hotel's gone and now we've got this rubbish here. That's atrocious. We're going to have to rebuild this whole... You know what? I wanted to rebuild this community anyhow. And I think now's the time. So let's first and foremost, let's go through here and we are going to dezone all of these medium density houses. Frankly, I've had a thought, well not a thought, a think rather, about this whole region after we put this bank here, and it just doesn't work for me anymore. They want to live in the woods with yogurt and boob. Is that the name of those Those are bears now. Yogurt and boob. So I was having a think about all this since we placed the bank here, and I realised a few things. First and foremost, this right here doesn't make sense to me anymore. So I love this little row of houses here. I think they're brilliant. However, let's do a little thought experiment, darlings. Say the bank, you know, they now have all this territory here. And the CEO of the bank, she wants a nice view. Do we think these people living in these houses are going to have enough money to turn down the absurd amount of money that would surely be offered so that this property here could be turned into either parking or a park space or something of the sort? I don't think so. I think these houses here have outlived their affordability. This is now prime real estate, and there's absolutely no way in hell that the people living here could afford to keep living here. This would all be mowed down. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of these houses here, and we'll turn it into parking space or a park or something else. But or maybe even higher density housing. But these row houses at the waterfront, it's just not practical, is it? So let's just get rid of all of them. Well, we won't completely dezone right now. Well, actually we will. We can't be faffing about. We just need to do it. There we go. It's done. It's bloody done. If Cynthia lives there, you could bet each house is for one of her dogs. Cynthia lives where is Cynthia? Is Cynthia dead? I don't know, but I mean, she's not here under our followed citizens anymore. We could go back to where she should live. If I remember correctly, oh no. All these beaches are screwed. Okay. Maybe when we reload they'll be fine. Let's just ignore it for now. All these things with custom assets that I've added are just broken. Hopefully they all work. You know what? Let's save the game, and we'll go to menu, and we'll come back, and we'll see if that's fixed at all, because I'd rather that be fixed, personally. I mean, we don't know if Cynthia's dead 100%. What we do know is that I'm no longer following her. So maybe she blocked me? She blocked the mayor. She was... Okay, there we go. The beach has been fixed. Thank goodness. I was worried there for a moment. Although it doesn't look right, does it? It's missing things. Still, it's better than a giant white box, isn't it? Yeah, the ruins over here are missing something as well. Missing a certain je ne sais quoi. There we go. We shifted it slightly and everything popped back. I suppose I haven't actually gone over this region. So when we played last week, we built this bridge, and we accessed this island. And once we accessed this island, I went around and I did a little bit of tweaking, and I built what I consider to be, well, at least it was pretty before. That. There we go. I built this lovely little beachfront. It's not ruined enough. The ruins aren't ruined enough anymore, it's true. But I built this lovely beachfront with all these connections up. I consider this to be a very, very wealthy neighborhood. I mean, in my opinion, this is where you would live if you were, you know, a multi-millionaire to a billionaire. This is absolutely... I mean, this is wretched right here. But this is... I mean, look at the view, for one thing. This is just the perfect community. I've built this lovely little upper area. I've just gone all out here. And there's a very good bus line that comes through here too. In fact, how is it running? I think it's probably over capacity. Oh no, it's down to 42% again. Interesting. The trains are actually getting used again. It's very nice. A lot of our transportation is actually working quite well, with the exception of the boats, which still don't work because they're primarily supposed to be for tourists, and this game has completely broken tourism. So that's a future thing once they fix that. I'm sure they will, eventually. I say that as if City Skylines 1 doesn't have assets that are still completely broken. Let's just pretend everything's fine. What was I doing before I got distracted by all the terrible things? What was I doing? I can't recall. Oh no, we were going to clear out, we were going to fix all of this. We were going to fix all of this. Right, so first and foremost, let's flatten this. We're going to bring this right down. I was looking for Cynthia. You're right. Let's go look for Cynthia. Right, her house is right here. Unfortunately, I don't really have a way of, like, going through the citizens here. There is a person here with lots of dogs. That's Jaden Hollis. The funny thing is, there was another person I followed too, and they're not showing up in the list either. But they had even more dogs than Cynthia. They had so many dogs. It was absurd how many dogs they had. Oh, is this Cynthia? No. Clay Kendall. Interesting. Claire Quinn. Lot of people with a lot of dogs, because dogs are very popular in this city. In fact, I only recently realised you can check how many dogs live in a community. So there's 4,300 dogs in this community. Right here in Saffton. And in Saffton, there's 9,000 dogs. That's a lot of bloody dogs. What about Stroke-Off Trent? Only 1,500 dogs. How many people are living in central Saffton? 46,000. It is our most populous region, which makes sense, of course. It is our downtown, and that's why we do have to go through and sort of get rid of some of these row houses, because it's just, this is downtown. Row houses would cost a fortune to live in. You know, it's not single family housing, but it's absolutely not efficient. So let's get rid of every single row house, not in the entire community, mind you. I have no intention of clearing out this area. I think the row houses around here will be with us for a good long while still, down around this part of town. But up around here, near the bank, it just wasn't practical anymore. I think this community had to be wiped. And while I'm looking at it, I don't really care for this building. So we're going to get rid of these two. We're going to just get rid of everything we can, basically, in this area. We'll get rid of these houses here because I don't care for them. We'll put the hotel back, even if it doesn't work. It looked good. So let's just keep clearing all this out. Lovely. And we're going to get rid of these as well. Again, row houses. They're just not practical. We'll also get rid of that, and we'll go through with the vegetation. We'll turn that way up to full, and we'll just go through and we'll remove all of these bushes that are lining this path, which will completely have to be redone anyhow. So we're going to clear out all this so that we can redo it all. You know, sometimes a community just needs a complete overhaul. Let's get rid of those. Accidentally deleting parts of that instead of the whole thing. Alright, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. Actually, I'm going to keep that right there. And I think what we'll probably want to do is we're going to extend that right over to there. Oh dear. What the devil was that? Why? Why does it have to be at such a weird bloody shape? Goodness gracious. Okay, let's fix that. Let's bloody fix that. There we go. Lovely. So we have a path going through. I'm going to shift this path over here to be... Okay, we're going to have to do some fun maths. So, if we go from here, which is like slightly... How far is this? That's the question here. How far is this from the center? I think this... Is that equidistant? I think it is. Does that look right? I don't know if this one looks right now, so I think I have to redo that one. But aside from that, I think that's about right. I'm trying to basically keep this parallel. You know what, actually? So what I need to do here, by far, no doubt about it, we'll carry these forward to keep that spot clear, and then I'm going to get rid of that on both sides. Oh dear, this road has become all sorts of wibbly. We don't want that. So, we're going to go through here and we're going to flatten. Maybe we even carve it up a little bit. I'm fine with up, as long as it's consistent. Now, as before, we'll take the two-lane, two-way road, just very standard. I hate that even more. That's just so bad. Okay, how are we going to flatten this all out? Get rid of all this as well. It's just kind of getting in my way. Let's dezone everything. I'm also, you know what? I'm getting rid of that house, I'm getting rid of that one. We're going to redo this whole bloody region. Because I think that makes sense. I think at the end of the day, it just does not make sense for this region to not get redone. But let's flatten it all out a little bit. It's a little bit bumpy. Okay, so going across from this side, perhaps this time, let's just go straight over. Does that look... It does not look even remotely smooth. Like, there's nothing about that looks even. Okay, let's just get rid of that road too. Why not? It's a little bit wonky. What we're going to do is we're going to create a nice flat pad up here. I'm going to get rid of this little bit of path as well, because we'll re-add that after we've completely flattened this all out. It's very important. Flat pad up here. Everything else can be sorted out after. But we need this 100%, without a doubt, to be smooth. That is apparently a 1% increase. I don't get it. Okay, I see what's happening now. Let's just put that there. We'll drag these back even further, because they're kind of creating unnecessary bumps. Let's just go through here. Again, we'll just smooth it all out. Now we want to make sure that there's at least 3 tiles there. And there we go. That is a 0% incline or decline. That is exactly what we wanted. Let's go turn off snapping, because snapping can be quite the pain at the derriere. We'll get that to 180. There we go. Well, that's a little bit of a bump there, but I'm fine with that. I just didn't want there to be a weird lump right across there. Oh, no, you have to have standards. A man must have standards when building a city. quote Francois Mansard. Was it even? You know what? It might have been Charles. I'm just assuming his name was Francois because he was French. Is that racist? Alright, there we go. We've got a reasonable... Now this is all very slopey still, and I'm not happy with that, but we can fix that. First and foremost, let's take the slope tool here. Well, actually, we're going to first and foremost have to build our pedestrian paths. So let's line up with these, because these are just guidelines. Oh no, we need to do something else first before we build the pedestrian paths. Very importantly, we'll take the smooth tool. The smooth tool. We'll select this height where our road is, and then from this side here, I'm going to just ease that in. I want this hill to just be sort of eased all the way across, and then we're going to increase that, and we're going to just smooth it out as much as we bloody can. And that's going to mean that when we put this path back here, it's no longer going to be incredibly steep or wonky. It's going to have a nice, clear shape to it. It's just going to decline. They're not quite the same steepness of decline, which makes me very upset, but we'll survive. Alright, now, over here, I want to fix all this. The easiest way to smooth this all out would just be the smooth tool. The larger of a smooth tool you make, the larger area it's working with. So I'm going for a nice 90 here, because that's, as you can see, it's really getting us this very smooth sort of surface. I'm happy with that. Now, over here, this is going to keep rebuilding until I do something about it. I'm just going to plop that hotel I had in here before. Is it a good idea? Probably not. It doesn't work. But it looks nice. And that's what I care about right now. So I believe that was a commercial... What size was it? I can't recall. Commercial hotel, was it 6x4? No, it was not. 3x2? I have no clue what size this hotel was, but we're just going to keep going through all of these until I find the one that matched the piece that we recently lost. Is that it? No. No, no. I can't even remember what the shape and size was. I'll know it when I see it, of course. Oh, of course it was EU Commercial Hotel. Fool. What a fool I am. Okay. So that was 6x4, yes? Yes, this is it. Lovely. So we can pop this right here. Might need to be shifted over ever so slightly. And then I'll just recolor it. So we'll pick up the colour from the welfare office here and we'll just slap it on there because I love those copper roofs. I think copper roofs, that's kind of a key part of Saffton's aesthetic. Is the copper rooftops. Does that look right to you? Something's oh. For some reason, crosswalk there and not crosswalk there. We can't have one in both. They will have one in neither. Unless I can put one right in the middle? No. Okay. But what if I just had two? Would that be a terrible idea? Almost certainly. But we'll see how bad the traffic gets. We'll see how bad the traffic gets. Before we fuss with that. Instead, right now let's focus on fussing over here. Now, I did remove the core road that goes through here, which means we have a lot of open space. So we might want to do something about that. But before I do any of that, there is something I've kind of had in mind for this location. And that is, I'm just going to see, but I had in mind, if we go to the tourist attractions here, no, not tourist attractions, landmarks, the Botanical Garden, it's over 1 million credits to build this. It's huge, but it fits perfectly. Oh, it fits just perfectly, doesn't it, darlings? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to line up this Botanical Garden so that the entrance is in between these two paths here, which is actually easier said than done. Let me sort of do some measuring here. So that is 49 meters. So we want to be 24.5 roughly. I'll take 25. I'm not going to fuss that much. Okay, now let's try and line up the Botanical Garden. Actually, I'll go like this, and I'll just go all the way down, and then I can line up the Botanical Garden like that. Very important. Okay. So we'll line it up like that, and then we'll just shift it over slightly. There we go. Does that look good? Not sure how I feel about it. But also I'm not sure where else I'll put it. Kind of makes sense to be there. At any rate, let's just go through here and we'll... Can I not... There we go. We'll remove that and then we'll just put the road back. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Oh look, it's dipped in the center. Of course it has. Let me fix that. There we go. Perfectly straight. Now, I'm still not 100% certain how I feel about this. It's worth noting. It isn't symmetrical, which isn't a great start, in my opinion. This whole area is now kind of askew, which I'm not fond of. However, I genuinely can't think of another place I would put this Botanical Garden. It kind of feels like it should be there. So let's zhuzh up the area around here, and we'll see if by making some improvements to the overall community, we can make this look a little bit better. First and foremost, Vermont Street here should have housing on the other side of it. I have a plan for this. I'm actually going to attempt to replicate this. I think it'll fit just perfectly. It will. So what we're going to do is we're going to... I think I need that one. Absolutely. Or not. Is it that one? I can't actually... I don't know which one's which. So one of these is right and one of these is left? That one's left, and I think the other one is also left. Well, that's not right then. Is that a maze? It is a maze. I don't know if it's a very good maze. Let's follow the maze, shall we? If we go in here, we have to squeeze really tight to that corner. Then you can go around here and go to this open area, which is kind of rubbish. And then again, there's a really tight corner you could squeeze there. Or you could just go around that way. And it looks like you could follow it all the way to the center. Is it a maze if it doesn't have an exit? What's the difference between a maze and a labyrinth? I always forget. It's an important question. Okay, one thing though, I don't like the overall slope of this, I don't think. Well, maybe it's fine. Maybe we just need to get some housing along here to work better. Right, first and foremost, we need to find the right version of this. I think that Is this right? No, that's left. What about this one? There we go. That one's right. So what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to recreate this just on this side. Which, I say attempt, it's really not going to be an issue at all. But especially thanks to Move It and Recolor and the eyedropper tool. Now, I'm not certain I like these colours, it's worth noting. I can fix that later. Labyrinths have one single windy path, whereas mazes branch off. So, this is a labyrinth, then, is what we're saying. So, it's not a maze, Arrow Dragon. It's a labyrinth. It's confirmed. Alright, so we've got these lovely houses over here. Oh my god, I hate that. What the hell happened here? Look, whoever built these roads, you're fired. What the absolute hell have you done? Like, what is this? What the deuce? That better? No! No, it really does not want to match up here. I don't understand. Okay, let's build one singular road that connects up to here. No, it really is not happy with whatever's happening here. Now, it could be because there's giant bloody cliff. You know what? It cost us $1 million to build, and I just destroyed it. But I don't care. It's still a problem there, though. I don't... Is there a street already here? What? The devil? Are you under the ground? Alyssa Street. Alyssa Street is going to destroy us. There's apparently a street here, and it's just twisting everything around it. That is very far from ideal. What do I do about that? What's causing it? Like, this is not good. This is very much not good. Like, that's a serious problem. Can we... Oh, I can select it. Ah, perfect. I can drag it out. There we go. Cheeky little blighter. Alright. That should solve all of our problems. Huzzah. Let's fix that. Lovely. We have the road fixed. We can put the botanical gardens back up. After spending, you know, a small fortune building them and then immediately dismantling them. Just shift this over ever so slightly. There we go. Smashing. I think, though, I would like to... No, I can't raise that up because it's already been built. That's inconvenient. Okay, let's destroy it again. You know what? That's fine. It's just not important. Let's build a retaining wall on this side. Retaining walls are very finicky. They look good when they work, but they just don't work 90% of the time. Let's just flatten this all out. We'll put the botanical garden up here again. This time with a retaining wall. Is that far enough over? Probably not, but there we go. Shift that. Now I have to, well, I have to go over here and get an alley. did that work? I don't think it did. No, it did not. Alright. So I need to get an alley along here in order to stop that retaining wall. I could probably do it on the opposite side though. That's worth noting. So let's do that there. Lovely. Now we get rid of that right there. That's not working, is it? It isn't. That's far from ideal. It's not what we wanted. Okay. Well, it seems I can't do bugger all with this. Okay, let's once again get rid of all this. It's all gone. Let's try this. Let's just slowly glide up here. There we are. And let's just do that again over here. And again over here. And just try the slope tool for a bit. See if that makes it any better. I don't know if it will, but it's worth a bloody try, isn't it, darlings? Okay, there we go, Grove Street. And we'll reattach this lovely little pedestrian path that we had here that went through to there we go, to Town Square. Alright. Oh, and we also need to copy this, don't we? No, that's of course not. That's the left one. We need this one specifically. Foolish me. Alright, now we need to go into Move It, and we're going to select each and every one of these. And that's because we need to shift all of those down a little bit. Lovely. Now, if I put this here, will that work for us? I think it will. Although I kind of... Is there enough space in between for a path? We'll find out. We'll see. Going to shift that forward slightly. And you know what? I'm going to do the same over here too. Oh no. I want to maintain that edge. Now let's select this. Can I fit this back here, or will it look silly? I think that's going to work. Again, these colours are not right yet, but we'll fix the colours in a bit. There we go. I think that's quite nice. Can you rename streets? I can. I can rename streets, yes. So yeah, we can do that Elliott Street. But there's no point in doing it now, because until the street's actually finished, there's a good chance it's just going to get renamed again and again and again. Unfortunately, this game does have a bad habit of just changing street names on you when you least expect it. Anyhow, let's go through and repaint some of these so that they all look a little bit more, well, uniform. You know, uniformity isn't always a great thing, but when you're building buildings, one generally expects those buildings to be, well, they expect them to look like they're made by one developer, generally. There is no longer any Alyssa Street. Don't worry, we've lost it. We destroyed it. We cut it out. Now it's Grove Street, which we can rename. We can make that Elliott Street. We should name it actually Elliott Lane. I think that's a better name. Lane. There we are. Elliott Lane. Much better. Alright, now I have to redo this again for the umpteenth time. So that's straight enough for me. There we go. Alright. I'll leave those there. I'm still torn on this whole botanical garden thing. On the one hand, it really does seem like it would fit there. On the other hand, actually that's fine. Now it's not so lumpy and weird. Now that we've gotten rid of Alyssa Street. It's all Alyssa's fault. Alright. So now, I suppose I should build houses along here. Now, do we want medium density here, or do we think we should have... I think it should be medium density. Let's do that. Medium density housing, right here. Oh, also... looks like I can, yes, fit a little bit more if I just shift it all over. Now, currently we have this tiny little building here, which I think is no longer really fulfilling its purpose. However, I think if we bring this over here, and we get rid of these, I think we can make this work for us. So let's grab this. This is the sort of the middle bit of this particular type of building. So let's take that. These aren't quite lined up properly, so I'm going to shift that over there. Oh, I can shift it even further actually, can't I? There we go. Just line that up on top as well. Charming. Now we will take all three of these and shift them out until that lines up over there nicely. And then we will take this one and shift it inwards till it lines up with those. Now, I'm going to take all of them, all five, and we're going to shift them over so that they're centralized here. Lovely. Now I might actually get rid of that middle building and change it for something else, but let's just paint them all first. Lovely. I trans the street's gender. I did, yes. It's now a whole lane. I do that. Alright, so I kind of think maybe for this middle building here, because I don't like the idea, by the by, of also, what the hell is going through the center here? Is this a flagpole that's like... Why is there a flagpole here? Like, genuinely, why is there a flagpole sticking right through the center of that building? I don't quite understand. But we're going to get rid of that building. Because I think we're going to put something more exciting there. We have signature buildings here. How is this going to fit? That is not going to fit. But... does it still work? Oh god no. Oh god no. That's definitely not working there. Okay, get rid of that. We will want to put that somewhere, but not there. It's cutting right into the botanical gardens. Can't have that. Absolutely not. What else do we have as options here? I think instead of mixed, I might end up going for medium density. Potentially even high density if I feel like high density, you know, could work here. I don't want it to be too tall, that's the problem. Now I feel like too much height sort of undermines the whole thing. What if I put that in there, and then I shift them all closer together to close that up? That's too tall. That's also too tall. I'm willing to see what the medium densities also have for me. Let's just scroll down. Residential medium. Like that Maybe. It is a little bit too plain, actually. And these buildings are not symmetrical enough to work. So that's no good. What about this one? This one's very thin. I don't know about that. It's a bit too thin. I mean, I could shift them in further, but it's also not tall enough. This one's tall enough, but like, look at it. It's so boring. I can't believe this is considered a tier 5 house. Let's just put it down and we'll see how it dies. No. That doesn't work, does it? It does not work at all. Not in the slightest. I despise it. Alright. Let's go back up and see what other options we have. That's not bad. I mean, it's not good for there, but I do like that building. Alright. I'm going to the high density because I think there were some high density ones that I could work with. Like, I could work with that. Now that's level 4. I think I could make that work, although it might be a bit standoutish. That's too tall. Absolutely too tall. That is also too tall, but I do like it. Some of these buildings are just so bloody tall. I mean, I get it. They're high density, but my goodness, it's just jarring. I feel like they should have had maybe like 4 different. Well, they do have more than 4 different densities, and I still feel like the jump to high density is too much. Like, they're just bloody ridiculous. Alright, let's put that there. I like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and I'm going to shift them in. And it's going to butt right up against that. And in fact, I'm also going to push these back a little bit, I think. Basically as far back as I can go before it starts telling me that it's no longer attached to the road. Okay, so about there. We're still attached to the road, but we're giving that a lot more sort of space in the front. I think that's perfect. So let's go back and do the same with these. Go just a bit further and a little further in. Is that far enough back? Not quite, I don't think. That might be... is that too far? No, I think that's perfect. I think that's it. There we go. That works, doesn't it, darlings? It's a good mixture between densities and a good mix between old and new, which is what I really want to ensure we have when we're building a lot of these, you know, houses and such. So, we're not going to put anything here. This is going to be like trees or some such rubbish. Trees or some such rubbish. Let's go over here. For some reason, again, I keep pausing the game. I don't need to pause the game. This game does not need to be paused. But I keep doing it anyhow. It's useful to pause this game when, like, a giant fire happens or something of the sort, but we're perfectly fine. You know, nothing bad's happening right now. I say, zooming out to see several large fires. Which, some of them are dangerously close to the dam? Can we just, let's very quickly just, actually, you know what, there's no way that fire is going to make it up here. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned. I am concerned about this, though. I don't like that curve. Let's fix this. Let's fix that curve. Wow, I made it worse. How? Can we line this up nicely, please, and thank you? I feel like snapping is making it worse. There we go. Problem solved. It's much more rounded. Which is what we want. How are things coming over here? Is the pollution reducing at all? Not really. Okay. I want to build a town here. But we can't do that until the pollution's gone down. So, instead of worrying about any of that... This is wrong too. Let's just very quickly just... There we are. Much better. Alright, so let's go over to Ursaville. How are things going here in Ursaville? Are we're seeing these farms starting to function properly. What the hell is that? Like, the game just randomly decides to put buildings in the middle of fields, which is fine, but then, you know, it doesn't really check to see if that part of the field is incredibly lumpy and will look absolutely bizarre if something just springs up on top of it. Again, I really do love Cities 2 with all my heart. I think this game is fabulous. There's so much it has going for it. The fields are not one of those things. Look, there's a bear just crossing this field. Just meandering through. What a view there, The mountains closing around this charming little farming community. Now that we have all these new farms, I'm actually curious. Do we still have to import a lot of our own food? Right, we have a surplus of vegetables. That's good to see. We're still importing food, though. So I think the thing is, we have the ingredients to make food, but we don't have factories that are making the food. And we can't really do much to make that happen, but we can set farming zones. And again, this is through a mod. I have, I don't remember what mod, but it is a mod. And we can set up whole zones that are just dedicated to farming. So let's do that right along the water here. Oh god, not right there though. Can we just de-zone that, because it's going to be a bloody catastrophe. In fact, that whole hill, I don't want that. It's going to look atrocious. I have standards. Let's just make all of this into farm zones. Is that groundwater? There's just a huge amount of groundwater out here. That's fine, we don't need groundwater. It's completely irrelevant to us, because we have a giant bloody reservoir. A massive, absolutely absurdly large reservoir. Ooh, an ice cream bar. So this is a pretty small town over here in Ursaville. I feel like 2 pharmacies next to each other, and then an electronics store, a car detailing place, an ice cream shop, another pharmacy. What do you even sell? Clothes. Clothes makes sense, I suppose. And more electronics. A gas station also makes sense, but it just feels like there's a lot of pharmacies here for a town that doesn't have many businesses. Lovely. We finally have, it looks like, demand for some of this medium density coming in. Well, not medium density, the low density, which previously we didn't have any demand for. Just fill that in. Get some more houses coming along. Do the same right over here. And right over here. Lovely. Charming little suburbs starting up. Probably don't need the houses to be this big, but you know what? We'll come back later and we'll add more houses. And when we do that, we're absolutely going to sort of change things up. Not there. Must go there. Hello, JC. How are you doing today, my dear? Why are these people just wandering around over here? Jennifer Marquette. Is this where you're living, Jennifer? There's no one living here yet. Oh, there are 3 residents here. They're very poor. There's Kieran. Are you two going to move in with Kieran? Jerry and Jennifer. Do I hear... Yes, I do. Right on the very tip of that mountain. That's not ideal. It's really not ideal. Well, what a beautiful visual. You're sleepy. Is it nap time soon? I mean, it's not nap time for me anytime soon. I'm wonderful, or at least I was, and then we got a bot in chat. Absolute bastards. Go away, Teodoro. There we go. The absolute audacity. Apparently I pinned that message. What? Unpin this message? I don't know what I'm doing. I accidentally deleted Chaos's message when I tried to unpin it. Rip. Oh god, technology is not my friend. Oh my goodness, what is happening over here? Why is there a fire here? Goodness gracious, okay. Let's get a fire station. Right there. And now I want you to only operate in Ursaville. Now get your Urs over there and put out that fire before it burns down these new farms. These brand new farmlands. Are you doing what I told you? You can put more fire engines on there too, so there's even more of them to fight that fire. If they choose to fight that fire. They might, again, just choose to leave it, and let everything burn down. I'm just going to delete all... You know what? Problem solved! Let's maybe move this down to there. It's farm hazing. Not allowed to join the farming community if you can't handle a little heat. And by heat you mean, of course, the entire farm burning down. Oh, good. It seems the tornado gave up. That's fine. That's just lovely. This fire has not given up, but it's okay because it's going to have a very hard time getting across the river to the airport. There's no laws about getting out of hand with hazing. I think that there's actually several laws about getting out of hand with hazing. Should have gone for popping corn. That's absolutely true, Trippy. Imagine. Maybe they're growing cannabis. We'll just light up and waft over the city. And everyone will just have to go on break for a while to get some munchies. You studied the law books of Saffington. That's not even what it's called. Where did you find these law books? The stakes have never been higher. Well, that's if it drifts over the... if it drifts over the cow pasture, then certainly. It's Saffton, not Saffington. Oh my god. What is happening here? We need lights. I think we need lights at this intersection. There we go. I'm putting some light. The lights aren't staying. What the devil? Okay, but if we don't have lights, these people are just going to wait forever. And I can't really have that. That's just not practical. What I could do, however, just as a thought, little thought experiment. Well, first and foremost, this is just not sitting right, so I'm going to fix this. There we go. That's fixed. Now, over here, if we raise this up, well, actually, we'll start over here. So I'll go from this road, and if I go from this road, and I bring everything up to, let's say, 8.75. That's probably the smartest height to do this at. 8.75. And then I'll put another little bit of road right there. So there's a connection. And then we just go across the path, like that. And that says it's only going up 0.7%. I would say that's perfectly acceptable. Although it seems like I can get it even closer. So there we go. That's even closer to 0. And now, let's get that nice and straight. And then we'll just bring this right down to ground level. Is it wheelchair accessible? Only if you're going to wheel very, very vigorously. But at least it'll work. Should I also build a... no, I'm not going to build a path right to the highway. But that should mean that people will take that instead of trying to cross the road. It's a large improvement. You need a helmet. Yeah, you might want to be careful. Just at least it has rails. But my goodness, I mean, I'm just watching these people go up here, and it's hurting my calves just looking at it. They're walking so slowly as they try. I think one thing I could do to make this slightly less steep, I can move this. No, not that. This in further. That has, I think, made it slightly less steep, and we could just pull that out a little bit further. There we go. That's better. You have a seatbelt. Perfect. I'm just going to make this into a keywall right here, so it doesn't look so funny. I say that, it looks even funnier. I don't like that in the slightest. Let's try this again. Let's get a pedestrian path. Let's turn on snapping. Very important. And then we will... oh my goodness. Oh? Oh no, that is not lined up at all. That's just not acceptable. Alright. What if we go from here? How's that? That has a weird little bump right there, but... oh, and it has another weird little bump up there. Okay. what about I get rid of that and then we just reconnect this? I think that'll be fine. Is that working? Is that... Oh god. Oh my god. That is not working. In the slightest. Again. Oh my god. What is with the bots lately? I swear, there's more bots on this site than there are viewers. According to Law 5, paragraph 12, addendum C, there shall not be lights wherever Sir decides it, for he might not always be right. What? Oh my god. Nobody will vote for Pedro. Alright, if I start this here, again, we just want to get 180 degrees. Alright, that's fine. 180 degrees. I didn't go far enough out though, so do that, and now we bring this down to 0. I mean, that is still just egregiously steep, isn't it? But also, I hate what it's done here. I mean, what the hell is that? Why are there now 2 of these? Okay, that's fine, we fixed it. In fact, can I just shift that back over here? Alright, you know what? We'll accept it. It's a little bit better. Promise you're human. At least programmed sufficiently to believe you're human. Well, that's all that matters, darling. Okay, so we've gotten rid of the people crossing the road here. That seemingly has not helped much, though, because people are still having issues here. Now, for one thing, there should not be parking here, in the slightest. How do I get rid of that? I go and put a wide sidewalk there. Perfect. No parking. No parking along any of this, in fact. Just, what are you people doing? No parking. "10 inches out for every inch up." That's the pattern we have to use. Unfortunately, I don't think we can. Just based on how this game works. I think if I could lower this... Now, the one thing is, I know that there is an option for lowering things using Move It, but I don't know how. I don't know. Just treat it like a slide or a roller coaster. These people are loving it. I've actually, so I did something like this not far from here. I built this absolute catastrophe because it was necessary. People were they were walking along this road here and crossing the highway, and it just over and over they were causing issues. So I actually cleared most of the pedestrians off of the roads by giving them all these paths. Pedestrians in this game will walk for miles. Like, they absolutely are willing to put in the footwork, as it were. So much fire. It's very concerning. I've been considering this area, because this is just a little bit of a... Well, I like this, but the problem is, I want to be able to connect our boats together. But here's the thing. Even if I were to raise all of this higher up, this narrow seaway could not fit between 2 of the supports for the train. And there's no bridges for the train. So if there's a train crossing the water, I can't have a boat go through there. It just won't work. So we have to have separate boating systems, completely separate on either side of this bridge. There's nothing we can do. It's very disappointing. Also, apparently someone drove off the bridge. A motorcycle has driven off the bridge there, but that person is dead. Like, if they survived, I'd be very shocked. This is fast-moving water too. I mean, this is not like an easy river. And there's another one over there. This is a muscle car. Drove right off the road. This one's upside down. A hatchback on its back. It's like a turtle. Just can't get back on its wheels. Open up the water and check. I'll part it like Moses. It's actually surprising. Like when you stop and look at some of the models in this game, look at the level of detail here. This delivery van has so much detail work put into it, and it's actually shiny on the side. It reflects the things around it. But you never go that close. The game's not meant for you to spend that much time getting up close. I remember, in fact, one of the key issues this game had with regards to its performances when it was first released was they had modeled, or rather they had purchased, the models they were using for the people had their teeth, like fully modeled teeth, that you couldn't see because their mouths are always closed, but they had fully modeled teeth. I find that just so shocking. I think they've removed the teeth, but they did have fully modelled human teeth, all of them. You can't even get in that close. Like, without mods to free up the camera, you can't get close enough to see that. So I don't know why. But anyhow, she's off on spending some free time. She's about to jump in the river. Lavender Menace, you're leaving us now to go to the gym. Well, lovely. I do so love some time in the gym. Have a wonderful time, my dear, and I hope we get to see you again very, very soon. I was actually able to hit the gym for the first time in ages today. Everyone in this house has been sick for a while. I haven't. Been. I've mostly been able to avoid it. But everyone else has been ill. So I haven't really been able to stick with my regular schedule. Seafoam is feeling a lot better. I've been making them sleep, like, you know, many, many hours every day. And it has all paid off, and they are doing a lot better than they were. We don't need these crosswalks here. Get rid of this. Bugger off. There's a crosswalk there. There's a crosswalk there. People don't need to access over here. This is just for leisure. Get rid of that crosswalk. Get rid of that crosswalk. That can stay. I like having crosswalks, but you have to have them in logical places. Cookies on the forehead. Oh yes, of course, that definitely helped. Now, water's meat. Water's meat is causing us some issues, and I think we need to re-evaluate our transit here, primarily. Largely, what we have right now is we have a route of the tram. So the tram goes along up here. This is the Main Street tram. Is it? No, this is the Watersmeet and Afton line, so that one goes down here. At any rate, what we need to do is we need to swap back to the tram here, and we're going to take these tram tracks and we're going to bring them all the way. Is that not working? No, that's no good. Okay, there we go. It's working. We need to bring this all the way up along here and then across here again? Why is there so much traffic here? Good lord. And now it might largely, I think that's probably because I've added a highway here. Perhaps, you know what? Okay, we're going to surpass the highway here. Go right past it and then we turn here. And then we're going to go right down. Oh no, that's... That road goes up. That's no good. We need to fix that. This road should go down. So let's just change the angle there. Lovely. Okay, and then we're going to go over here and we're going to continue. We want the line to go up along here. And I think that will do the job. So let's swap over to the tram line tool. So this is the Main Street line. Let's add some stops first. I would like a stop right here, actually. This is where the bus stops. If we put a tram stop there as well, it will make for excellent transferability. We'll put a tram stop right there, and we will put another tram stop right over here. And with all of that there, I'm going to grab the main line here, and we're going to go all the way over to here. Let's just probably grab that. Yeah, there we go. Grab that and put it there. Smashing. Now, let's just add another stop right there. Perfect. This will go along this path. And then I want, I want this line here. Is that the main line or the Watersmeet-Nafton line? That's the Watersmeet-Nafton line. So the main line here. There we go. We'll have that all the way over to here. There we go. Charming. Lovely. And while it's pulling out, we are going to add another stop right there. And that should... Is that the Watersmeet-Nafton? That's Watersmeet-Nafton. Okay. And that is Main Street line. I should probably change the colours so I can see them more clearly. The Main Street line, we will make you... Actually, you know what? I'm sure I can see it well enough. Anyhow, that should hopefully reduce a bit of the traffic around here. Right now we have a whole traffic build-up because there's a bloody road maintenance vehicle, and those take ages. Why are... Yeah, there's too many lines convening on this road right now. And there's just... It's so bloody slow. What are you waiting for? It's boarding still. I think I need to there's a mod that makes it so that boarding is much faster, and I think I need to install it. Because the boarding of vehicles in this game lasts hours. We get like backups like this, because there's one vehicle here that is full. This vehicle is full. Completely. It can't take any more people. But... Okay, finally it's pulling away, so the next vehicle can start boarding. Like, it's just absurd. Oh, you just drove right through a rubbish truck. That's fine. Alright, so that should hopefully help with traffic around Watersmeet a little bit. Oh god, what happened here? Oh my god. Oh my... What is wrong with you people? Look at this lorry! With that angle, I would have honestly expected it to roll down the hill. Look at this car! Oh my god, there's so many people here as well, like just a shocking amount of people at this intersection. I always forget that Saffton is huge. The land keeps glitching and I keep seeing beneath it and I don't want to. You know, I don't want to see behind the curtain. It really ruins everything for me. What do I mean, you people? The Saftoners. I can't drive. Can I just adjust this slightly? There's this road here and I'm not happy with it. Let's just shift that over ever so gingerly. Okay, I see. And now it doesn't quite line up over here. I think it's more important that it lines up over there, honestly. Alright. Why are you people so bad at driving? Okay, what's having... It's the hospital. Once again is having issues with rubbish. I don't really know what to do about all this. I mean, I've invested quite a bit. If we go into our garbage processing. Now, we've gotten rid of our landfills because they're broken. The district called Stroke-off-Trent. Yes, this is it. It's the city of Stroke. You know, it's not on the River Trent. Very normal. It's a very logical name. I had to call it that. What else would I call it? Oh my god! What has happened to the university? Emerson University is on fire! Oh, this is catastrophic. Where's the fire what's the bloody fire department doing? The whole bloody university is going to burn down. This is the problem with having natural disasters enabled in a map with a lot of trees. Fires spread far too easily. The train station's on fire. The university people are still waiting for their train, by the by. There's still 265 people waiting for a train while the station's on fire. Very normal. Could you not get moving? We do need more fire stations, it seems. Firefighting helicopter depot. I mean, I feel like that could be useful to have at this point. I'm getting to the point where I'm worried that if we don't get something like this, we're not going to have a very good time dealing with all this. You know what? I'm sure the range of this is absolutely astronomical. So let's set this up right near the airport. That makes sense, doesn't it? I think that makes sense. Who pissed off Satan? I don't know, I'm feeling fine. Traffic here has gotten quite bad too. I wonder if it's related to the fire. Oh, the college is on fire. Everything's on fire. This is just absolutely disastrous. Well, let's hope that some of these buildings are salvaged because they were quite expensive. The university's on fire. Can't believe that. Oh my god, and it's getting closer to the dam too, isn't it? Alright, let's go through here. Let's quickly remove just like a line of trees. Create a fire break. If I get hit by a meteorite, I'm pretty sure they don't have that in this game. There's just a lot of forest fires. Because there's a lot of forest. There is so much forest here. And, you know, just a little bit catches onto a building, and the next thing you know, the entire quad is on fire. At least it's nice and toasty. You know what happened? I think I know what happened. I think somebody was afraid of a test that they had coming up, so they set the whole school on fire so they didn't have to take their test. Oh my god, what is happening with that colour? That doesn't look good. That's very red fire. The trees are on fire, everything's on fire. People are just walking their dogs, they don't care. Nobody cares. Everything's fine. This is fine. Well, it looks like the university itself has at least been extinguished, which is good, because that's the most expensive part. Let's hope that they manage to extinguish the college and the libraries as well. Because I don't want to have to replace any of it. This tree... I mean, this has actually been destroyed. The quad is destroyed. Completely. How many people have died? Stacy Patton. She died in the fire. Alright, Stacy. I think Stacy set the fire. Oh, look, the basketball court's on fire. The fire station is almost on fire. That can happen. Goodness, I really hope they fix those libraries. Especially because I think I'll have to redo the surface if I have to rebuild them, which I do not want to do. The rather jolly ukulele music is undermining the tragedy. Ah, well, you know, I always do like to undermine a tragedy. Can't believe this fire, though. Are you lot, like, getting to work? This destination is the spruce. Brilliant. Could you maybe, like, extinguish some of these buildings before you worried about the trees? And there's people in these. Buys marshmallows. Oh, what a treat. Alright, well, we'll have to wait for the disastrous... This is just getting out of hand. I mean, look at this. I think we need a second fire station in this community. I'm going to just place one down. Right now. And we'll give it as many fire engines as possible, and we'll set it to only work in Emerson University and Garnet Farmlands. This is just a catastrophe. Are these engines here? Okay, there are engines there. Is this being extinguished currently? Or is this vehicle... It's trapped. Okay. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to delete a bunch of vehicles here that are blocking these fire engines from being able to actually reach the fire. Oh great, this one completely burnt down. Lovely. One of the libraries, the Library of Alexandria has burnt down again. I might end up just turning off natural disasters. I mean, it's fun, but also it's like, this is just out of control. and I don't really have a way of preventing this from happening again and again. Oh, of course, both the libraries have completely collapsed now. The firefighters didn't do a damn thing. They did not put out the fire at all. Oh god, the bus station's on fire too. Like, what are these firefighters doing? I think this library is going to get burnt down. I think this college is going to get burnt down. Well, the college itself isn't on fire anymore, but everything around it is. You know what? Well, we'll let it last, but my goodness. I feel like the only way to actually deal with this fire is just to turn off natural disasters. It seems to have caught everything in the vicinity. And, my firefighters are just not doing a damn thing because they're all trapped behind vehicles. Because there's no basic rules of the road where you give way to a firefighter in City Skylines. Oh my god, everything's on fire. This is just going to wipe out the entire community. I think I have to actually, if I don't want this to wipe everything out, I think we have to go and turn off the natural disasters. I don't want to, but my god, this is just... everything's on fire. And the firefighters aren't able to do anything about it. It's just broken. It's just a broken mechanic. So let's go to the main menu for a moment. We're going to turn off... we're going to turn off natural disasters because they actually are rubbish. They're not good. The fires, they work on normal maps, but the problem is I'm playing on a custom map that has extra trees, and all the trees keep catching one another. Okay, so there's still a fire here, but it's no longer considered a natural disaster, and hopefully my firefighters will be able to put it out. And it's probably still going to destroy a significant portion of the city. Unfortunately, yeah, it absolutely is. It's catastrophic. It's a terrible shame. And again, there's nothing I could have done because it spread probably from about here and caught all of these trees. The trees themselves seemingly did not burn down, but they all spread the fire quite severely. To wait for a disaster response unit to be able to fix these things too. We can't just fix them. Alright, can we just... everyone who's not a firefighter, go die, please. I'm so sick of you all. I'm having a serious crisis right now, and you're all just meandering about. All of you can go die, please. Like, it's such a disaster. All of these vehicles have just decided to sit there while the fire happens. Even while the fire trucks come up behind them, they're like, no, I'm not moving. Fire seems like somebody else's problem, not mine. The firehouse is on fire now. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, there we go, another library down. We've 3 libraries have burnt down today. Think of all those books ruined because these firefighters can't get to the bloody fires. What are you doing? There's a fire right there. There's a fire right there. Oh my god. Alright, well the college and the university have both survived somehow. Just not the libraries. I think the welfare office is buggered as well. A series of unfortunate events, absolutely. There we go. The radio mast is down. I think the bus station's going to be destroyed. Everything is just getting destroyed, and there's nothing I can do about it, and it's very frustrating to witness. It's like, come on, just do your damn jobs. I think the fire station is actually about to be completely destroyed, so what if I get rid of it and then rebuild it? Let's get rid of all these burning trees around it, so it doesn't just immediately set back on fire. But, there we go. Now get to work. I think this entire community is just going to burn to the ground. Because the firefighters can't reach the fires because everyone else is just staying on the damn road and not giving them any passage. It's an absolute catastrophe. Please, if you're not here to put out a fire, just stay at home. Oh, there we go. The bus station's ruined too. I don't know. That's going to be catastrophic, trying to set the bus lines back up again. So one thing I kind of have an issue with the fires is when the fire happens, as the city planner, you actually have to be the person to go through and fix everything. It should be done automatically, but no. There's still 35 children in this school that's on fire. But, you know, I think the firefighters are off dealing with trees or some such nonsense, so we're never going to see those children be saved. It's so heartbreaking. My city! My beautiful city! One hand. What, can I not delete that? Apparently not. Okay, well. Let's just get rid of all those fiery buildings. I can't do anything while this is still on fire, because if I rebuild that right now, it's just going to catch on fire again. Like I need a more comprehensive sort of treatment. This is, oh my god. Everything is just burning down. We just have to wait now. Okay, I can actually fix this now, so let's rebuild that. Now, unfortunately, I think I have to fix every bloody bus line here. No, actually, it looks like it's working fine. Interesting. But I am going to drag... what do you mean? There we go. Alright. I am going to drag this over to here for a moment. Although that means it's going to have to go all the way over there. I don't like that. I'm still going to do it though. There we go. Alright. Can't rebuild that yet. We have to wait for the disaster response units to actually get here and deal with all this before we can fix anything. Which is not great, really. What? Where are all these bloody fire helicopters? Like, we've set them all up. Where are you? So they're over here putting out trees. Which, I mean, that's good, but we do have, you know, important infrastructure. There's you know, millions of dollars of damage here at this point. Thousands of books have been completely destroyed. But sure, just keep putting out those trees. Very helpful. Goodness. Is it ever going to go away? I don't think it is, because they're not putting them out. They're just focused on the trees around. You know what? Fine. If these trees are your highest priority, if these burning trees are all you can think about, I'm going to just manually remove them all. Anyway, let's just put out that. There we go. We'll get rid of all that, and then I can repaint it later. It's terribly, you know, it's not really in the spirit of things at all, and I don't care for it, but I do have to do it, because otherwise they are literally just going to keep putting out forest fires and not even worry about the fact that there's all these houses on fire. Their priorities are all wrong. Do I have to build... I think I have to build more disaster response units too, because we have this and this, but I just don't think that's enough. I think we probably need at least... Oh, we could have 4. There we go. Let's put one over there. Now, get going. Oh my god, that's very expensive, actually. That is incredibly expensive. I already have 2 of those. I'm not paying another $500,000 to run that. It's not working very well in the first place. Let me guess. Are they all over here now, putting out these fires? No, they're not. Actually, they are, aren't they? Bastards. Yeah, why are you putting out these fires? This isn't even our property. This is just a natural forest fire on an uninhabited island that it physically cannot reach us. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? You know what? I'm just going to set the operating districts here. So let's just go around and set these operating districts. And now all of these bastards have to go where they're told. Right, but a lot of those houses are absolutely going to get destroyed. Let's have a look over here instead. Oh, this is a fire as well. This is a deforest fire. No, this is a human incompetence fire. What is wrong with you people? Linny Evans and Henry Evans are injured. Good. I'm guessing you're the ones to blame then, with your expensive car. This taxi is upside down. Oh my god, what have you people done? That's what I get for naming an area after Stoke. I mean, at least I'm not getting, like, racist riots in the street. Which is what one might expect. This is just such a disaster. And yeah, I can't do anything until the disaster response. The St. George flags are still mercifully absent. Yes, we haven't seen any of those yet. Okay, that's the police station. I don't really care to rebuild the police station. In theory, should I? Probably. But also, we don't need police around here. Oh my god, these are all on fire. I had to manually place all of these, and I'm going to have to manually place them again because I can't just rebuild them. This is so frustrating. Like, just get over here and put out the damn fire, you incompetents. You know what? Since it's just spreading, and I can't salvage anything, I'll just destroy everything. Just like I did with the trees. If it's not going to work the nice way, then I'm not going to be nice. It's that simple. The thing is, darling, it's not the lumber community that's on fire. It's the college. The college is on fire. The lumber community hasn't had a fire. There we go. Get rid of all those bloody fires. And you too. Go away. This is how you should deal with fires in real life. Just destroy the buildings that are on fire, then there can't be a fire anymore. Common sense. Let's, you know what? We'll disconnect that, destroy that, and then we just rebuild it all after. This is such a terrible way to deal with the fire, but it is the only way to deal with this fire. Because it's just gotten completely out of control. Right, let's build the transformer again. And then let's rebuild that medical clinic. Which I was quite fond of. The colour scheme of. So can we just... There we go, very nice. And let's do the same with that fire station. Now, we have to go through here and manually place all of these damned buildings again, and of course they don't quite line up, so I've got to, you know, do it without snapping on, which is always fun. So fun. Okay, can we get that to just line up there very nicely? There we go. Now, okay, good. So these are opposite ones. That's good to know. So just go through and manually rebuild the whole damn community. This one's on fire again. We don't want that. No fires allowed. And then I just grab those three. Shift, no, there we go, there we go. Really does not want to cooperate today. Alright, and then just two more there, and is that the right one? No, it's not, it's the other one. Oh, bugger, that's not what I wanted. There we are. And now we just have to do it over here as well. Because of course this burnt down. Fun. Everything is destroyed. Unfortunately, I can't just like select a whole region and copy that. I wish I could, because that would be so much less tedious than attempting to do this all manually. Okay, we can shift these over closer to that side, and then we can take these two, push them up, little bit far. Let's maybe average that out a little bit. There we go. Lovely. Now, one last adjustment. We just need to grab this, pull it out there, and very quickly go through with the paint tool and fix all of this. So we can actually just do it all in one fell sweep like this. Don't have to individually select everything. Just go through and paint it all at once. There we go. Now nothing's on fire anymore, except for, like, I think something in the medical clinic is clearly still on fire. We start replacing some of these things. We need to wait for the disaster people to come through and approve. I guess they have to go through each building and look for, you know, survivors. Which, of course, we all know there were none. There's a hospital over here. Why the hell do I have a medical clinic as well? And yet they're still complaining that they have to wait a long time for ambulances. Alright, so we just have to leave this all until the disaster response people come through. Oh, there, we can rebuild the police station. I don't really care for it, but we'll rebuild it. Our police budget continues to be completely and totally halved. We're currently at 50% there, but unless something's changed last time I checked, crime is pretty low. It's pretty low overall. In a population of 166,000 people, we have 32 criminals. Which, they just don't... The thing is, people don't need to commit crimes around here. Like, fundamentally. It's not like they need to steal to eat, or keep the lights on, or anything of the sort. Alright, let's fix that. Lovely. I'm really just hoping that when we rebuild these, I'm not going to have to completely redo the grounds, because this was a bit tedious. Alright, well, let's go look at something less depressing. Like, this car crash. There's multiple. This is definitely multiple car crashes. Like, this is 100% separate from this. These people are still waiting. Henry here is going to die if someone doesn't... Oh, well. Huh. So this is the one thing I really don't like about this game, is it feels like accidents and fires and basically anything bad that happens is just on a timer. It doesn't really matter if I build the city to handle these things well. At the end of the day, the accident will happen and everyone will just kind of stand there until a certain amount of time has passed, and then it'll all just disappear. And then you just get these weird pockets of vehicles just sort of all stuck together, traveling at the same speed, while the highway is mostly empty, because previously there were a bunch of cars in front of them, and those cars just despawned because the game couldn't figure out how to sort out the accident. Oh, we've got another one over here. This person at Stroke Elementary, this person during the school day... Actually, no, never mind. I just realised we don't have day-night visibles turned on. How absolutely depressing. There we go. So I just realised it's not the middle of the day. It is 10 o'clock at night. So it's totally fine to drive your muscle car through stroke elementary. There's no kids there. Not right now. You'll just hit the janitor. These two hatchbacks are kissing. Sloppily. They're using tongue. Well, there's another fire over here. But that's fine. This I'm not too worried about. For some reason. I wonder why. Well, it might be because there's an engine right here. But it could also be because it's separate from everything else, and I'm not deeply attached to it like I am with Emerson. I worked my derriere off making Emerson look good. And now look at it. All these sub-buildings are destroyed. There we go. Get the school back up. Okay, so the school is actually in its original colours, as is the welfare office. So, potentially these will be as well. Everything will be fine. The fire station did not burn down completely because we destroyed it when it was surrounded by fire. Perfect. I don't even... So, my problem actually right now is I'm not certain if these will be visited by a disaster response unit. These three buildings here are all sub-buildings of Emerson University. And I don't know if sub-buildings can be repaired. I think they can, but I'm not certain about that. Anyhow, let's go back here, and let's not worry about all the problems that are happening, you know, across at Emerson. Let's just focus on Main Street and the bank, and we have this lovely little patch of grass back here that we absolutely should do something with. Now, I'm not certain if I want to put a park here, or if I want to put a parking lot. So let's look at our options. We have these long parks here. Yes, this passage park. Oh, that's too wide. It's far too wide. A small tennis court will actually fit a dream there. Do we think tennis by the water would be a bit... I mean, I imagine... What would happen if the ball just went into the water? That would be bad. I don't know if I want that there. If I do have that there, I think it would need to be central. It splashes. What else have we got here? We've got a couple parks that are added through mods and such. And you know, I keep hoping they'll be good enough, but they never are. Oh, a dog park! Oh, that could be nice. Okay, so how many... That's 6 on that side, 6 on that. So that's dead center. We'll put a dog park. Now, I was about to say I'd like to delete the fence, and I would like to delete the fence, but it is a dog park. So, as I see it, you probably don't want to delete the fence, because that would be letting the dogs just sort of run free, and that kind of defeats the purpose of a dog park. You wish they had a boardwalk. I do too. That's not really an option, unfortunately, but I really wish I could build a boardwalk right around here. This is the closest I can get to a boardwalk, having the key walls and such. Oh no, that is not good. Please go away. That's fine. Alright, we should put... What should we put over here? I mean, it's one thing I'm thinking, we could just put right there. Oh. Oh, good lord. What the devil's that? Why? Why would it do that? Also, that does not need to be a key wall. Like, what justification is there for that being a key wall? No. No. Actually, this looks like it's completely buggered at this point. So that's fun. Fine. We'll gut it. In fact, you know what? No, I'm not I was about to say, let's just sacrifice the entire region to Poseidon. Let's not do that. We'll fix it. Can't be bothered. Let's just sacrifice the entire thing into the sea. There we go. That's fine. Now we will set up quay walls along here again, because I really do like the quay walls. They're so nice. And now we can build around here. Should be all much, much flatter. I don't know what to put in these two spots though. I could put parking. Let's have a look at car parks. If we go with a modest... Oh my. I mean, they fit perfectly. So I kind of feel like I have to. I mean, they're not absolutely 100% perfect, but if I just, you know, shift all that over, and then I do the same over here, I build another parking lot. Is this the most sensible thing to build here? Potentially not, but I can, you know, reevaluate all that later. If I want something besides a parking lot there, I could add it after. Parking lots are kind of a good placeholder. And you'll find... Oh my goodness, what is happening there? Oh no, all the planters are dipping into the edge. Let's just very... There we go, just trying to fix that up. But yes, a car park... I often use car parks in City Skylines in places where I think I might do something a little bit better later on, but I'm not going to do that anytime soon. So a car park is a good sort of placeholder. It's useful, and it sort of says that this area is, you know, it's going to be for something later on. Right, let's try and fix these flower boxes. I do not care for that in the slightest. Alright, we'll make it work. Just smooth this out a little bit. Alright, it is a little on the rubbish side, I will admit. But, you know, it's, I think, more practical than the housing we had before there. I am going to max out the price for parking here, though. We might put some higher density housing here at some point. But for now, I think that'll have to suffice. Now, let's go over here and see if we can fix any of these buildings. Can I rebuild this yet? No. No. Yes. So, since... it seems like the only buildings I can't replace yet are sub-buildings. I'm starting to think that they're not going to get fixed. Is there... if I check out the disaster response units here, rather than just jumping to conclusions... Okay, but what are the disaster response units? They don't seem to exist over there. What I'll do is I'll probably leave this for now. Oh, that tree is still on fire. Oh no, it's just next to a light. Although it looks like it will be on fire soon. So these libraries are just completely burnt down. I don't know if a disaster response unit is going to be able to get to them. That's concerning. If I relocate the university park to, say, right here, it's still burnt down after, so that's fun. Right, let's just place a new one. This one looks like more fun than that one anyhow. So we'll get rid of that. Now, the libraries. I really, really, really don't want to have to rebuild these libraries. Because, as you might notice, I've landscaped them. And if I get rid of them, all that landscaping is going to have to be redone. So that's not great. I don't think that they're going to get fixed though, so I think we have to do it, which is very disappointing. Alright, let's rebuild 2 more libraries. I'll have to work very hard to position them just right too. You know what, I'll position them and then I'll just sort it out after. Easier to do it that way. Easier to just grab, move it. Can I not use move it on this? Seemingly not. Interesting. Okay, well then, let's select this, we'll set relocate, and then we're going to turn off snapping. I think it just completely turned around on me, which is not what I wanted in the slightest. Why? Why would you do that? Okay, we just have to position it very carefully along that back side there. That's the most important part. I worked so hard positioning this all, and I'm so disappointed that I'm going to have to redo it all. Because, of course, the game doesn't function properly. But I'll worry about all that off stream. For now, let's just get the position just right. Which is far harder to do. You're going to fall asleep on me if you keep watching. I've been told that many times. Seafoam passes out quite frequently after our streams. They swear I'm not that boring, and yet. Alright, let's delete that library and we'll rebuild again. I think this one I can actually snap into place though, so that's fun. There we go. But I do have to actually fix. There's so much to fix. There's so much I'm going to have to fix. And I think that's all going to be stuff I'm going to fix off stream. Because these are small, fiddly little surface things. I don't like to do that on stream. I find it boring. So I'm probably going to do all that off stream. It's more the kind of thing I'd rather just do on off time. But my goodness, I can't believe that fire absolutely decimated this community. Ta for now, Trippy. We actually were going to wrap up very soon, so don't feel like you're going to miss too much. At the very least, you won't miss another forest fire. That I can almost guarantee you. We're having a lot of medical problems throughout the city, and it's very distressing. Because I've invested a lot of money in our healthcare. Like, if we go to services, I am paying 150% for healthcare. We have these massive... I have a massive hospital in the middle of the city. It only has 30 people in it. And there's only 10 out of 31 vehicles in use. And yet the game's telling me, oh, there's serious, waits for ambulances everywhere. I don't know, maybe it's just that hard to get around on the roads, but I'm not seeing any symbols warning me about severe traffic issues. Like, we have traffic here, but this is... I mean, I was going to say this is okay, but I mean, I'm watching the weaving about and I'm just getting angry. What are you doing? You are a government employee! absolutely shameful. Look at these bloody road maintenance vehicles. Look at what they're doing. It's catastrophic. Also, what's happening with the trains? This isn't the line. So what are you waiting for? Oh, I see. The cargo is waiting. Why is there such a wait here? There should not be a wait here. Oh my god. Okay. I think I'm going to have to build a secondary train line in order to get our cargo trains through Saffton without any issues. I think we could probably get one along here. But it would reach a point eventually where we wouldn't have enough room. Like right here. I could narrow the highway, but that would be a bad idea, I think, personally. Especially because we do need the highway still. I think I'm going to have to build... I could build it on this side, perhaps, or I could build it under the ground. Since it's going to be a cargo route that won't really need to go into the city. I think that could work, actually. We could do that right now. And I'm going to do that right now. So let's do that. Let's build. It's just going to be a two-way train track. Actually, I could do a double. Maybe. Maybe. No, we'll do a two-way train track. So, complex curve. Oh, good lord. What the devil was that? Let's turn off snapping. That's giving us some trouble. Alright. So now what I want to do is I want to go under the ground here. That is probably just about right, too. Look at that. Okay, so now... Oh my god, that is not right. Look at that. Why is that going up? That's completely unnecessary. Okay, let's turn snapping back on and see if we can make this a little bit more graceful. So, we'll turn on curve. Is that working? That's working. I'm happy with that, actually. Quite happy with that. In fact, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to just flatten this edge. Perfect. Alright, so now... Oh, it's a little bit wet down there. It's fine. So let's just bring this all the way across town. We'll have this just go underneath the rails that are already here, or just like alongside, but again, under. This is a terribly expensive project. I mean, it's not in-game, but in reality, building like a tunnel this long would cost billions, I'm sure. And instead the game's telling me that, you know, it's going to cost me $6,000 to build that little segment of track. I don't believe that in the slightest. That is absolutely more than $6,000 worth of track. Alright, let's just connect this back up with this. And there we go. Now, all of our cargo routes can go down along here. Alright, that's all cargo. So let's just pull it through here. Let's try that again. Alright, airport smokestack cargo route. Let's just go right down into here. Oh dear. I think I've buggered that entire line now. Oh no, it might still be fine. Alright, what if I go all the way over to here? Okay, I seemingly can't pull the line. Unless... Ah, ha ha ha. I think I screwed up that train track quite badly. We're going to have to figure that out later. Oh, that is not... It's probably not a good idea to keep pushing things off to my later self. But he's a sucker, and he'll have to deal with it. Current me is just not in the mood. And it is also the end of my stream. I think it's worth me sort of signing off here, darlings, because we have been going for over 4 hours. That's usually when we like to wrap up, isn't it? But what have we done today? Well, we wallowed in misery as we witnessed a fire just completely dismantle the university. Absolute catastrophe. Couldn't have been worse, really. Then we cleared out some space around the back. I'm still not entirely certain about this neighborhood. Over here, I still think it's like, maybe once I decorate it a little bit, it'll look nicer. Maybe once I shift this over slightly, I don't know. But I do like having that there, so an opportunity to renovate. Like, if it were a fire happening like over here when I want to renovate, I wouldn't be so heartbroken. But I was quite content with Emerson University. I think it'll just be fixed up to be almost exactly the way it was. But, you know, that's fine. We rebuild. We do rebuild. We have the technology and all that. But it is, you know, it's not ideal, but we will rebuild. And next time we stream, well, we'll probably build an entirely new community. We started work on Ursaville today, and I think it's lovely over here. There's not many people living in Ursaville. There's more people working in Ursaville than actually living in Ursaville. And we've got these lovely farms now. We're producing a plethora of different vegetables and grains and such over here. So hopefully, with all that, we will eventually be able to reduce the amount of food we're shipping in. I mean, 114 tons of food a month. That just seems excessive. I'd much rather we were making our own food. It just doesn't make sense because we have the fruit and veg and livestock and such. We have a surplus, but they're not being turned into food. So we'll sort that out next time, perhaps. You might want to get off the road. Please do not hit the moose. There's wild horses over there too. Oh my god. Do not hit a moose on your motorcycle. You won't win. Alright, that's a bit of news for you, darlings. If you think you can run over a moose on your motorcycle, you are sorely mistaken. You will die. And the moose will be fine. The moose will wonder what exactly just happened, but it'll be fine. They are megafauna. Do not mess with the moose. Put that moose quote on a t-shirt. So, all in all, it's been a bit of a slow day, but you know what? That's what this is all about, isn't it, darlings? Just taking it moment by moment and building this lovely little community with all of its terrible traffic issues. Why are you walking there? Rebecca Trejo, okay, is a serious jaywalker, and I think she should be arrested. Personally. Unfortunately, I've defunded the police, so can I just, like, tell her to move out? What a terrible person. Like, she just walked right across the roundabout. This is a busy roundabout. There's all sorts of pedestrian pathways that I've built specifically to mitigate the need for people to cross it. The audacity of some people, I swear. This valley is getting more and more chaotic looking as well. I can get that parental tone. Get very stern with some of my citizens. You know, they've been very bad boys and girls, and they need to be spanked. My goodness, we've got this lovely bridge that we built, and you know, it's a little bit of a hazard for those in wheelchairs. But there's nobody in a wheelchair in our city for whatever reason. You know, nobody has injuries. Nobody has any sort of disability. Because that's realistic. In fact, I do get why that's not modelled, in fairness, but still. It really is such a charming town. I just love looking around it. I'm supposed to be wrapping up, and I'm just going for a little tour instead through Cobalt Valley. I think that's what we should name this place. Cobalt Valley. It's like Silicon Valley, but it's cobalt. Or lithium. Lithium Valley. That could work too. But this is actually our big business section, so lots of tech companies operating here. Got the law, accounting, letter with electronics, Capine, and where's my favourite? There's one company here that is my favourite of them all, and we're going to find that company, and we're just going to wrap up there. I'm just trying to find their billboard. Indie Lizard. That's not it. Where is my favourite company? Oh my god, what happened here? Why does this keep happening? What is this? This doesn't make any sense. Drink and bounce myself out. I should. I'm just trying to find... The problem is these companies, they change their buildings constantly. So I know where a company is, and then I go back to it, and they've moved. Very disappointing. Oh, maybe they're over here. No. It's just Leto Electronics. Everywhere is just Leto Electronics. Well, I guess that's it then. I've looked around, and all of our offices have been completely shifted around, and the Crymore building is no longer here. Which I think I'm going to cry about more. No, that's it, darlings. This is our stream for the Monday. We will be back though on Wednesday, and we should be back with actually some tyranny this time. You know, I'm not going to promise it because I never make promises, because it's, you know, much more fun not to. But you should be able to come here on Wednesday, not Monday, and join us for some tyranny, which I am so looking forward to. I mean, it's going to be a lot of bloody fun. Tyranny is a marvellous fun game, and we have kind of beaten the only unfun part, so everything else is just going to be a little bit of a cakewalk. It'll be good fun. I encourage you to come join us. That is going to be at 2 PM EST, as was this stream. And then on Friday, even more exciting, personally, I find, we will be playing some Tiny Tina's Wonderlands with our lovely friends, JC Dawn, who might still be in chat there, I don't know. Are you still there, JC? As well as a humble streamer, and Marie Guillotine. We are... Well, I don't know how far we are into that game. I'm at level 25 or some such. But We have a lot more to do there, and it's bloody good fun. So make certain you're there for that. That is again 2 p.m. EST. All of my streams start at 2 p.m. EST, unless I'm feeling, you know, out of the ordinary. In which case, I'll usually give you a heads up. Aside from that, what is there to note? Not really anything, actually. I think that's all it. So, I am going to bounce off and get a drink and probably some dinner. And when we come back to cities next week, we have some fixing to do and some new communities to build. But for now, my dears, it is time for us to depart. You've been a lovely audience, and this has been City Skylines 2. Ta for now, my darlings. Mwah.